NXT tonight, obviously, is going to be a very, very interesting show because we're seeing a lot of change with NXT. Really looking forward to kind of seeing who we're going to elevate and what the landscape of NXT could look like moving forward. And we've got a big, big piece arriving tonight with that future landscape, with the debut of Lizzy Rain. So Lizzy Rain is making her debut. She's not a massive name in the world of wrestling. She was quite big on the indie scene. She was someone that I didn't know much about, but when she signed with WWE and word came out that she had signed, what you started to see was lots of videos of her work. And I was very impressed with what I was seeing. She's really like, I don't know, she's got a bit of like Shotzi vibe to her where she's like balls to the wall kind of attitude, you know, doesn't hold anything back. And I think she's going to be a lot of fun, honestly. I think she's going to be a lot of fun. So obviously her gimmick is very to do with heavy metal, hard rock. And I believe she's the niece of the former Iron Maiden drummer. So there is some legitimacy there as well. She's going to make her debut tonight. Not sure who she's facing, but I'm very excited for it. So, yes, let's jump over and just have a look and see what we've got in regards to a preview. There is the link for... Oh, hang on, we don't want that. That's the link to... That is the link to the chat, and that is not going to serve you any purpose to have a link to the chat because you can already see the chat. This is what we want. We want Wrestle Feud. So we do this every week for the members. This week we've got some more questions. So I'm going to pin that to the top. Let's do the preview, and then we can have a look at Wrestle Feud questions. So, here we go. So, we have got Tony. He is going to be looking for his next challenger, and that next challenger is going to be revealed. Obviously, a lot of people circling around, a lot of people interested in being that next challenger. So, Tony, our champ, we're going to see who's next for him. Myles Borne defends his North American Championship against Saquon Shugars. You might remember last week we did Myles Borne against Dorian. There's a bit of a story being told at the moment about the fact that Myles Borne is obviously defending against like Dark State. He managed to get past Dorian. Then a rematch was made, but it was not a rematch for Dorian. It was a rematch for Dark State. And so that rematch went to Saquon. So there's real division within Dark State at the moment. It feels like Dorian is on his way out of that group. I think he's a very exciting prospect, Dorian Lennox. And with the call-ups, we could probably do with really investing in him as like a solo talent. So it feels like there's a division. We might get a split tonight with Dark State. Could be a bit soon. I'm going to have to wait and see. But yeah, Saquon gets his opportunity tonight against Myles for that North American Championship. Lizzy Rain makes a debut. We spoke about that. Very excited. Shiloh Hill takes on Ricky Saints. Ricky Saints, as we know, on his way to SmackDown, I believe. So I don't know if this is farewell, but Shiloh Hill takes on Ricky Saints. Then we've got EK Prosper and Dorian Van Dukes. Now, it feels like Dorian might be NXT. We keep seeing appearances from him. So EK Prosper, formerly Eli Knight, of course, he's very much on NXT now. Dorian Van Dukes, we're seeing quite a bit of him. Feels like he could be on NXT. They're taking on Birthright, and what an opportunity this is for Birthright. I mean, I think what's so exciting is the fact that, you know, we're losing Joe Hendry, we're losing Ethan Page, we're losing Ricky Saints, we're losing Sol Ruka, we're losing Fatal Influence, we're losing Blake Monroe. I mean, the amount of call-ups are pretty crazy. And it was only earlier this year we lost Javon Evans, we lost Obafemi, we lost Trick Williams. Like, the amount of talent that's gone from NXT is significant. So really now there's an opportunity there for this talent to, you know, take the spotlight. You know, Lizzy Rain comes in, as we said, Dorian Van Dukes being used a bit more. Shiloh obviously got a permanent presence on NXT. It's the men's side, isn't it, that's the concern. I think the women's side, for starters, we got Tatum Paxley. People love Tatum Paxley. Jada Parker's got a really good connection with that NXT crowd. Kalani Jordan, great talent. Callie Armstrong coming in, great talent. Kendall Gray, amazing. Lola Vice, the current women's champion. So Izzy Dame, a good prospect. Needs to work on the promos, as we know, but a really good prospect. There's lots of talent in that women's division. Even when you take out Fatal Influence and Blake Monroe and Sol Ruka, Zarya still around. So the women's division is absolutely fine. The men's division feels thin. The men's division with Tony and Myles, it feels thin. This is where your Lexis King has got to stand up. This is where, it's time for Charlie Dempsey to kick on, This is where Dion Lennox can get more of the spotlight. And this is where your Keanu Carvers, your Jasper Troys, your Josh Briggses, they need to grab this opportunity. So really looking forward to seeing what we actually get tonight on this show. So here's the card, and there she is. Lizzy Rain makes her debut. I don't know who against, but looking forward to seeing her in action. So there we go. That was the breakdown, if you will. In regards to Wrestle Feuds, which is just the questions that we ask of our members, we got 4 questions. If you click the link, you can leave your answers. And I just gather up the answers, basically, and ask the members the questions based on your answers. So the questions are, who should win this year's Money in the Bank? If you want to leave I can show you the form as well. We haven't had loads of responses at the moment, but then we have only just started the stream. We've managed to get to about 15 so far, and that was just from the members. So we're up to about 15. But if you click the link that's in the chat, it just takes you to this form. And here you can see who should win men's Money in the Bank. So you just put your answer down for that. What's the best musical performance? So I'm thinking people that sing America the Beautiful or the American National Anthem. Think about WrestleMania at the beginning. We've had Aretha Franklin, Ray Charles, Reba McEntire. We've had some amazing people do that. But then also we've had bands actually playing People to the Ring live as well. And we've had other musical performances. Bad Bunny did a song about Booker T, I remember. So, thinking back across all of those musical performances by an artist or a band or whatever, what do you think the best was? What's the one that comes to your mind, right, as being your favorite best musical performance? Then we've got WWE Superstar Nickname. What's the best? Who's got the best nickname right now? Who's got the best nickname? So in 2026, who's got the best nickname? And then what do you think is the most iconic wrestler tattoo? If you think about wrestler tattoos, what's the one that comes to mind? So what do you think is the most iconic wrestler tattoo? So there we go. As we said, we've had 15 responses so far. If you click the link in the chat, it should be pinned. You can leave your you can leave your feedback on that. So there we go. Those are this week's Wrestle Feud questions. Lovely. Okay, let's go down here. Make sure we're up to speed with everything. Tyler said, Daze, I managed to get Lizzy Rain's autograph from WrestleCrate. Did you? They were doing some of her autographs, were they? WrestleCrate. That would be when she was Rain Leverkusen, was it? The December 2025 WrestleCrate featured an exclusive autograph from Rain Leverkusen. This appeared alongside a Mick Foley autograph. Ooh. I do think there's some really good stuff they have in WrestleCrates. Some really good stuff. So I was just looking to see if I could see a picture of it. I can't see a picture of it. But, yeah, it is good. I mean, they've got, last year they had Shawn Michaels. March earlier this year, there was the Dudley Boys. They had Ricky Steamboat, JBL. Last year, they managed to get an AJ Lee, which is mind-blowing. So, you know, they're doing a great job, actually, of getting some really good autographs. So, that's good. Tyler, I'm officially jealous. That's good. Very nice. I always like Batista's belly button tattoo for some reason, said Kader. Yes, D, I looked up every WWE cut from 2000 to 2026. You won't believe who was in WWE and didn't make it. Everyone WWE brought back just to release them again, said Dorian. Yeah, it's true. A lot of people were saying that, actually. Like, Alistair was not even in, I think, for a year. I don't even think he made 12 months. So it was crazy to, like, bring him back and then seemingly do a couple of things with him, not really use him the way that people were looking for, and then cut him. I suppose you could say the exact same thing with the Wyatt Six as well. We've spoke at length about it, haven't we? That, you know, a lot of it comes down to options. You know, they've got the option to keep going with these people and invest in these people. Or you've got the option to just go, do you know what? We're more excited by this person instead. And I think that's kind of the decision that gets made, really, is, yeah, we could invest in you, but truthfully, we're more excited by this person that's just come up, you know. Obafemi has just took someone's spot. Simple as that. Same with Trick Williams. Daze, Triple H using AI for storylines is out of line. Is that a word that's doing the rounds? I'm not seeing any reports that he's using AI. I know that they were talking, was it last year or the year before, about potentially bringing it in to sort of help with storylines. But I haven't seen any update on any of that, to be honest. Edward said, all NXT programming in the US, including PLEs, will be on CW Network. Edward, thank you. I get them for just the autographs, said Blake. Yeah, their autographs are really impressive. I agree, really impressive. Oh, here we go. An hour ago, word coming out. TKO president stated Nick Khan and Triple H are using AI during the town hall meeting. Right. Yeah, okay. That was something that was spoke about before. That was that they were looking to sort of integrate it. It wasn't taken over from writers, but it was going to be working with the writing team. And it looks like at a recent meeting then Nick Khan has said that they've started to do that. So I'm sure that's going to go down very well in the wrestling fan base. That drop in an hour ago, so that was literally as I was uploading the latest Unseen, so I haven't had a chance to see that yet. Nick Khan has also teased the location for WrestleMania 44. He said, wait until you hear the announcement of where we're going in 2028. So I wonder if that's going to be the UK. I wonder if that'll end up being the UK. It kind of feels like a big announcement, doesn't it? Like, wait till you see where we're going. Like, feels like it's going to be a big thing. So, don't know. Getting a little bit of UK vibes maybe from that. But that's me probably just being ever hopeful. Okay, interesting. Couple of bits of interesting news coming through in the last hour. Stuart said, do we think Jacob can take everything from Roman at Backlash for the WWE World Heavyweight Championship? Do we think he can take everything, but I don't think he will. I'm not expecting him to beat Roman for the title. Roman's only just got that belt at WrestleMania. It'd be very strange to see him now drop it, and certainly to Jacob as well, because this would be Jacob's first world title run. So, I don't know, like, to me, Roman is obviously the top of the mountain. We just saw him go to war with CM Punk, night 2 main event of WrestleMania. To see him now just lose the belt against Jacob, Backlash, strange, it'd just be weird. I'm really not anticipating that happening. I don't think anyone's really expecting that if they want to swerve us, catch us off guard, that'd be a great way of doing it. I don't think there's many people expecting the title change. I think the bigger question is more, what are we going to get? What's going to happen when Jacob loses? That's, I feel like, the question most people are asking. What's going to happen when Jacob loses? Is he going to join the bloodline? What's his relationship like with Roman after that? So, yeah, I can't say I'm expecting him to be beating Roman for that title, but there's definitely conversations being had around that match. Jared, hello. Did Jacob turn heel? Or was that him saying, I'm just not playing about? For me, I feel that Breaker says the right things, but his delivery doesn't click. I didn't take it as him turning heel. I just took it as him saying, I'm not messing around. I want that belt. I want a better life for my family. I mean, I can't really say that I've seen him do anything too heelish. I suppose, putting on a bit of a grip, putting on a choke to Roman is, maybe overstepping the mark. But Roman was sort of disrespecting Jacob by going, I can't just give you a title shot. That would be nepotism. And Jacob just lost it. So I think people can understand in that moment as to why Jacob responded the way that he responded. But I don't know. The story is one that I'm not loving personally, just because I think Jacob was this babyface that just went into war with Drew. And, obviously came out of that. And now he's stepping up to Roman, a Roman Reigns that is loved by the fans. All you see are people acknowledging an OTC chants and Roman Reigns chants. So we've got ourselves a babyface situation. So really, it's like we're watching more for the story. I think there's people out there supporting Roman, of course. I'm sure there's the odd person out there supporting Jacob, but for me, this is more, where's this going? That's kind of how I'm watching the story. I'm tuning in, not like passionately involved, not like, like cheering for someone in particular. I'm more just observing to see how's it, where are you going with this? Like, I can't quite work this out. Like, why? I don't think we've addressed why he's stepping up to Roman rather than Cody. I mean, he said that, like, he wants to... I don't think he hasn't even said that Cody's out of action or something like this, or that Randy is kind of still around Cody. Like, I don't think we haven't done anything. He's just really set his sights on Roman, hasn't he? I'm going to improve my family's life. I'll tell you the other thing as well, and that was... He was saying that, whilst the bloodline was firing on all cylinders and you were living the high life, I was broke. I mean, I don't think that paints a very good picture of Roman. I don't know about you, but if I had Roman's money, there ain't no one in my family that's going to be broke, that's going to be struggling knowing where the next meal is coming from. And that was a comment that Jacob made. And it hit my ear and I was like, I don't think this makes Roman look very good. The fact that he couldn't reach out and just... No one in his family should be struggling for their next meal. I think we can all understand that Roman's not going to go around buying everyone a brand new house, brand new car, taking everyone on holiday. I mean, his money's only going to extend so far. I think we can all understand that, right? His money's only going to go so far. So that's fine. But him kind of saying that, he's had to grind, not knowing where the next meal is coming from, I was sort of like, this is weird. Like, this doesn't make Roman look good in my mind. The fact that he's allowed a family member to kind of fall on times that hard. And then, as well as that, you're kind of looking at it going, why is there so much animosity? I mean, where's this animosity come from? Why is it that they're talking with such, or why is Jacob talking with such hostility towards Roman? I mean, that's a family member. Of course, you can kind of go back and go, well, we did do Solo's bloodline against Roman's bloodline, and there was a whole thing that happened there. But I feel like there's a bit of water under the bridge since that. I feel like, you know, Jacob kind of broke out of that group and went to war with Solo. And so I could understand him treading carefully around Roman. I could understand him being hesitant or not quite knowing where their relationship stands. But him stepping up to Roman as aggressively as he has, even that doesn't quite chime correctly with me. So I feel like what this is we're trying to build up Jacob Roman in a very short space of time. We haven't got time to really mess around and explore the backstory. We are just going to have Jacob step up to Roman, quite hostile, saying, I want to improve my family's life. In order to do that, I need that belt. That's the story we've gone with. If it works for you, brilliant. If it doesn't, we just ain't got time. You know, this is what we're going with. And it's kind of got that sort of vibe to me. But in regards to, like, where do we go next? That, I think, is probably the more interesting question, because we're clearly doing the match, as we know. I don't think anyone doubted that match was going to be made. So the match is going to get made. You know, it's already been sort of accepted, if you will. I've not seen a graphic for it yet, though, but I'm sure a graphic is out there. But the thing is, when Roman wins, what happens to Jacob after that? I don't think this is a feud. I think it might just be a one-off to get us through Backlash. But I suppose they could rematch a Saturday night's main event or Clash in Italy. I mean, these shows are going to come very, very quick. So I suppose it could be the feud for May. But I wouldn't expect it to really go past that. And as we said, the question then is, what happens to Jacob? Does he have to join this bloodline? What are these consequences that they've spoke about that I've not seen any follow-up on? You know, I was waiting for that. I kind of felt like they set some up at the start of the show that didn't really pay off at the end, which I was a bit like, that's a shame. Oh, we can pick it up next week, of course. But what are these consequences? Because I like what Jay said. I thought what Jay said was good. About the fact that if he beats you, he's not just getting the belt, is he? You know, you're the tribal chief. So if he beats you, he's taking a lot more than just the belt. So for him to step up to you, there has to be consequences when he fails. Because this isn't just, I want the belt. Like, it's going to completely change the dynamic of the family. This is basically someone challenging Roman's authority within the family. We haven't had time to build the story. It's very, very rushed. I do think there's questions. I'm just going to say questions. I just got questions. And yeah, as a result, it's kind of, I'm watching it and we'll obviously see where it goes. But I can't say that I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing. Peak Bloodline is back and all that kind of stuff, you know. We might get there. I don't quite feel that way about it now, but it's a match that I'll be very interested in, obviously, when it goes down at Backlash. So, yeah, in regards to Jacob, I don't think it's a heel turn. I think they're just trying to build it quickly, because we really don't have... I mean, next week, I think, are the go-home shows for Backlash. In regards to Breaker, I agree. I don't think the promos are necessarily his strength. I feel like his delivery isn't quite right at the moment. It's hard to put a finger on quite why. I don't think he's got that sort of tone in his voice. If it doesn't feel very authoritative. I feel like when he talks, it's a bit like a jock going like ma 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 ma. Kind of, that's how I would compare it. It's a little bit like someone going, yeah, well, you might say that, but actually, you know, this is the truth, and the truth is this, and I'm going to tell you the truth right now, actually. So maybe you want to listen to this because I've got something you need to hear. And it's the delivery of his promos is kind of going through that kind of a prism where it's actually, you know, you might be interested in what I'm about to... It's like that, rather than like, I'm going to rip your head off. I'm going to rip your head off. I'm going to come for your family. You know, rather than it being maybe slowed down, punchier, maybe there's a bit too much talking in a Bron Breakker promo. Perhaps it's just a little bit too much. So I don't feel like we got the tone of his promos quite right yet. They're very wordy. I don't think they're as punchy as they could be. And I don't know how you fix that, to be honest, because I suppose it just depends on what direction you want to take him. If you still want him to go out and go toe-to-toe on a microphone with someone, then it's going to have to be wordy. Unless the other person does the bulk of the work and Bron Breakker just comes in with some really good witty lines. But I don't know. I sort of feel like his delivery is very much as I just demonstrated. I do think we need to move away from that. I do think there's a better way of... perhaps he needs to be a little bit more... You can't, though, can you? I was going to say a bit more Stone Cold, where you actually say a sentence and then go to the crowds and get the crowd to jump in with a line. You know, get the crowd to jump in with, like, the barking or something. But you would only really do that if you're a babyface, not a heel. So he's obviously a heel at the moment. So perhaps there is something that just needs to break it up, but you can't really turn to the crowd when you're a heel. So bit of a thinker, that one. I do understand where you're coming from. Jono said, do we think the Kairi story of her going back to Japan and being her choice is BS? Maybe Meltzer got told to say it to stop the talk. I don't believe at all that Meltzer gets told things and then he regurgitates it to do propaganda for WWE. I don't believe that at all, because he's critical of WWE a lot. I don't believe that he would now do their propaganda for them. I believe that he was told that. But what I don't know is if it's correct or not, you know. Why did she go back? Was she homesick? I mean, the other thing you got to remember is she might have wanted to have returned home, but that might be because things were just not going that great for her. Like, she's involved in a story right now, but it didn't look like she was going to be in the match at WrestleMania. She looked like she was a pawn in the Asuka Io story. And, you know, there might not have been much chatter about what was going to be next for her. She might have found out that she was going to be in the middle of this thing. She'd end up siding with Io, and that would basically be the end of the story. And then, you know, there wasn't really going to be much for her after that. She might have found that out. So it is true that she might have been thinking, like, this is not going anywhere for me. Like, I think, and I really miss home. And so I need to go back home. I suppose the point I'm making is that it could be true, but there could be reasons, obviously, as to why she felt that way. If she was to come back to WWE and WWE were going to use her in a big story and she was going to get, like, invested in, and it was all going to be about her rather than her just being a part in the Asuka Io story, she might feel different, you know? She might be different. She might think different and feel different. So I think it's dangerous, because I think what that comment does, and I literally just said it in Unseen, I think those kind of comments dampen down the We Want Kairi movement. I think the reason why it's so loud is because it feels like WWE have done Kairi wrong. But if all of a sudden word comes out that actually it was Kairi's choice, people will look at it and go, well, actually, this is what she wants. So, you know, people then have to decide, am I going to keep saying We Want Kairi? And is it even WWE's choice? Perhaps they wanted her as well. So, you know, this whole We Want Kairi thing might actually not be going anywhere. So it's another kind of thing that's come out that I think could really dampen it down. It's a bit like how it came out the other day. She had already gone back to Japan. You know, again, does that just dampen it down? Because it's not like she's in America just sort of lost, not knowing what to do. She jumped on a plane, gone back to Japan already. So, you know, there's obviously that could dampen down the We Want Kairi movement. The fact she's not even in the country. So, I don't know. I think it would be good if she put a statement out, actually. I think it would be really useful if she was to sort of tell her fans, because I'm not saying she owes that of the fans. She doesn't owe the fans anything. But I think it would be nice for her supporters to really be up to speed with what the current situation is. If this is her choice, she's homesick, she's really struggled with it, battling depression or something like this, right? She just couldn't keep going anymore. Then I think for her to say that and let her fans know of that, I think would be fair and would be a good thing for her to do. If she puts a statement out saying it was a real shock and, I'm not going to lie, disappointing to see that my time with WWE came to an end, a job that I loved, a job that I was committed to, but I want to thank everyone for the support. Make it clear in a roundabout way that you wanted to continue, and that you've gone back to Japan because you was homesick, but you're ready to come back whenever. I feel like a statement like that would be very helpful for people, because I think that as the days go by and more things come out, it feels like there's more confusion around the whole situation. So I don't know. I really don't know what the next steps are. I think the We Want Kyrie movement settles. I think all the movements are going to settle, to be honest. You do tend to see a pretty loud weekend, the weekend of releases, and then, depends kind of where it goes from there. But these kind of statements obviously are not going to be helpful for Kyrie if she wants to, remain in WWE, because it does seem like it was her choice and that she's gone back to Japan. And obviously people are wondering why. What was it? And so you're kind of having to fill in the blanks yourself. It could be that there's a family emergency. It could be she was horribly homesick. It could be that she was hating her time in WWE. Absolutely no idea. All of that is just pure speculation. So I don't know. I mean, I am currently believing that he was told that. I don't think it was BS, and I don't think he's doing WWE's propaganda for them, because he's very critical of WWE. It wouldn't really make any sense now for him to be trying to smooth this over for them, So I can believe that he was actually told it. Doesn't mean that it's still correct, of course. We do say this, on occasion. The dirt sheets are the dirt sheets. Their success rate is X percent. It's certainly not 100%. There's many, many times where they'll say stuff and then ultimately it does not go that way for one reason or another. So you always have to take what they say with a pinch of salt. And I would do that with this as well, which is why I think if she put a statement out, I think it would be very welcome from the wrestling fans to just get that clarity, Daze, this isn't the first time that Kyrie left and wanted to go back to Japan. I believe it until proven otherwise, says Robbie. Cutting Kyrie and Alistair was a message to the rest of the mid-level talent to up the game and that no one is untouchable, said Adam. Effective business model, terrible morale builder. Kyrie was fired story didn't make sense, but don't let the truth get in the way of a good story, says Shining Wizards. I think that's the difficulty, isn't it? Like, we don't know what the truth is. We don't know what the truth is. I think this is where it would be good to kind of get that word coming out, So I'd like some clarity on it. Tom said Kyrie probably would have said this in a leaving tweet, that WWE would have wrote her off TV before her release, said Tom. Robbie said, we might never know the entire truth of who wanted their release and who didn't. Some could have been on deals close to expiring and were not going to be renewed. That is true. That is true. So there could be some people that wanted out, like potentially Kyrie. There could be some people where their deals were coming to an end and it was WWE that decided we can't do any more with this person. And then there will be others as well that were in the middle of a deal and those deals were cut. I've not seen any information as to who falls into what bracket. All you've had at the moment are fans of those performers obviously getting behind those performers. And I don't think anyone's wrong to do that personally. Whatever the reason is, if you like Kyrie, then yeah, we want Kyrie. Chant it. I draw the line personally at like Triple H is a bald fraud and all this stuff, because I don't know what the truth is. I don't know why she's gone. It could turn out to be her choice. And so if it turns out to be her choice, it's not really fair, is it? To be going off on Triple H. It's not really fair to be going off on WWE. So this is why if you look on my X account, I've got things like we want Kyrie, hashtag we want Kyrie. I just leave it at that, because I'd love for WWE to see that I'm sad she's gone, but I would love for her to see that I'm sad she's gone as well. I don't mean just me. I'm saying I'm contributing to the wider message. The wider message to WWE and to Kyrie is we don't want you to go. And I don't think that's a bad message to send. I think, though, where people take it too far is where they start going off on Triple H, they start going off on Nick Khan, they start going off on WWE, and it becomes a much bigger thing. And that's dangerous, because we don't know why they're gone. We don't know why they've departed. We don't know why they've exited. So I think, but don't let it stop you doing your we want whatever, because that's just fans showing their support for talent that they don't want to see leave at the end of the day, which I can very much understand. I think a lot of us could understand that. King Gamer said, how would we revive the men's tag division? Is the art of tag wrestling a thing of the past? Triple H was in DX, so why doesn't he care about tag wrestling? I think tag wrestling historically in WWE has always been stop-start. I mean, I can think back to the golden era where it was an amazing period. And then I can think back to New Generation when it was not as big a focus. And it was not an amazing period. We still had tag teams, Godwins and the Allied Powers and Owen Hart and Yokozuna. But I don't think we can say those teams stand up to Legion of Doom, Demolition, Heart Foundation, British Bulldogs. Those teams just like roll off the tongue. Nasty Boys and Natural Disasters. Even the Beverly Brothers. I mean, I used to love the Beverly Brothers, and the Bushwhackers were maybe one of my favorite acts when I was a kid. So I feel like we've had these great periods. And again, I'd probably point to Edge and Christian, Hardys, Dudleys, New Age Outlaws, that sort of period during like the Attitude Era. But then, you fast forward to like, I don't know, 2010 sort of time periods. You might have like a Crime Time. You might have, after that, the Prime Time players. I feel like you go through these periods where it's hot and you've got these great teams. And then you go through periods where the teams aren't as interesting and maybe it doesn't get as much TV time. And then, you'll go back to another hot period. And it seems to have been that way, really, throughout WWE's history. We've never been able to really keep that plate spinning for a long period of time. And I feel like we're seeing an example of that right now. Because I think you would look last year at that TLC. And you'd look at Fraxium, Motor City, Street Profits. You'd look at that periods, DIY, where we were putting on regular tag matches, really putting a focus on the tag division, building up to one of the best matches of the year, which was on SmackDown, which was that TLC match. Then, of course, it was so well received. I believe they did the rematch of it on, was it SummerSlam that we did the rematch of that match? So I feel like that was all cooking, and then the Wyatt Six came along, won the belts, and basically killed the division. I mean, we just then started to dig into them beating teams and then ultimately them and the MFTs. We've managed to get the belts now onto R-Truth and Damian Priest. That just feels a bit of a stopgap, and now the tag division is just dead again. I mean, it's just dead. It's just not happening on SmackDown. If we look over on Raw, there's maybe a bit more life with the Vision and the Street Profits. They obviously came back and are seemingly over on Raw. So there's a little bit of a flicker on Raw. But I think historically we have these periods where we invest in it and then it just sort of dies down. We just can't seem to keep the plate spinning for one reason or another. I personally think a solution is to just have one tag division. rather than trying to maintain two, rather than having one on Raw and one on SmackDown, why don't we have, say, the men's tag division on Raw and have the women's tag division on SmackDown and do it that way? So you've got one set of tag titles for the guys, one set of tag titles for the girls, and they both have their own divisions on different shows. It would give a slight point of difference to Raw and SmackDown, but that way you've got your two tag divisions, and I would probably look at it that way. I mean, or you do it like you do with the women, where they can go between Raw and SmackDown, but I don't think that's needed, really. I think I'd be more interested in just getting all the teams onto one show, really digging into that for, like, you know, a good tag division, 6 teams battling away, and actually make those tag belts mean something. And do the exact same over on SmackDown as well. So, yeah, I think like something like that. I think you can keep a plate spinning for one tag division, but what seems to be the case is we struggle to keep Raw and SmackDown going. So, we've got good teams, though. I mean, you know, you've got New Day. Obviously, they bring a lot of experience. You've got Street Profits. We've got Fraxium. They're still around. Fantastic team. So they're still around. Obviously, we've got the current tag champs as well in the Vision. Don't know how long Damien and R-Truth are going to be going. So we've got those two, but not sure how long they'll be around for. Obviously, Pretty Deadly no longer, Motor City no longer, DIY no longer. You could always bring up Hank and Tank. They're not a bad team. Hank and Dank are pretty fun. You've still got, like, Tozawa and Otis, but we just never seem to use them. You've still got the Creed brothers. What the flip's going on there? We've still got the Creed brothers. We've still got, like, Garza and Berto, Angel and Berto. I mean, what's going on there as well? There's a lot of teams in the system. Like, what about Cruz del Toro and Whackin' Wilds? You know, Legado del Fantasma. We've still got those guys as well. So, yeah, it's a bit messy, isn't it? Sort of feels like they just need a draft. They need to get, like, you know, people allocated. Some of those people, like Wilds and Del Toro, might have been moved to AAA now. I'm not sure. But, yeah, we just need to tidy it up, really. I think trying to book one division rather than two would be a better way forward, but that's just me. Aaron, hello, buds. Alistair has got to be one of the biggest what ifs. AEW don't want him, and WWE. I don't know. He must be difficult to work with. He's got such a great look. I feel like what's happened with Alistair, and I could be wrong, but what I feel has happened is I think the wrestling business has sort of beaten him down. I feel like, and I think it's probably natural, actually, that this happens to some people, because it's a very harsh business, because you put all that time into the gym to make yourself look good. You put all that time into your character, your promo, your in-ring, and the truth is that so much is out of your hands. This is why, you know, I don't really go in on talent as hard as others, because I recognize that a lot of this is kind of out of their control. You know, all of the talent want to make it big, of course. And yeah, you know, there's going to be varying degrees of application, you know, people applying themselves. But the truth is that, you know, you're only as strong as the way you're presented. You're only going to be as strong as the amount of TV time you get. You're only going to be as strong as, you know, the character you've got, which sometimes is a character you get given. Just like, you know, how Cody was turned into Stardust, you know, and, you know, that was a dead end for him. He had to leave, become the American Nightmare, make a name for himself, and then return much higher up the card. I mean, since he came back at WrestleMania 38, they've used him as a top star. But when he left, he was not. He was trapped in the mid card. Same guy, same promo ability, but just a different presentation, right? And he was still Dusty's son when he was Stardust. So I feel a bit sorry for people where I think that there is a lot that's out of their control. And I think, like with Alistair, he's come in, he's got this great look, he's got this great presentation, great entrance music. You would look at it and go, okay, I've got good striking, good kicks. you know, my in-ring work has always been well received. I mean, he's a former NXT champion. Real buzz around him. He's got a good look. There's a bit of darkness there. The entrance with him rising up. Entrance music's always been well received. And for whatever reason, like, just never seems to get the investment with wins and momentum. He always seems to just kind of, I don't know, like, get into these feuds that he kind of loses in. And then that hurts his momentum. And it must be really frustrating. Do you remember on his first run, I remember him sitting in a room. This is like 2019-ish. I remember when he was in WWE, he was sat in a room just waiting for someone to knock on the door. And I remember thinking, like, why? What's this about? You're sat in a room, a dark room, just praying that someone will knock on that door and step up to him. And I remember watching that thinking, this is stupid. You should be out there making things happen. Not his fault. This was the creative he had. You know, his character should be someone that's stalking, that's out there causing problem, not sat in a room waiting for someone to challenge him. And you look at that and you go, oh, this sucks. That was rubbish. He ends up obviously leaving. Then he comes back. He only came back for like a year. I think like he just wants to go somewhere where he feels like he's being given the opportunity that he deserves. I can't speak about AEW. I mean, I just didn't watch enough of it. I mean, I know about the House of Black, of course. Looks wise, they looked pretty good. Him with Brody King, Julia Hart in that group. I mean, it seemed to be ticking boxes. But for whatever reason, frustrations obviously were felt. And then he ends up leaving, coming back. They put him with Zelina, which at first seems to make sense. It just never really worked as a pairing. I don't think there was any depth to the character. I mean, do we know anything about him as a character? Do we know anything about her as a character? She was just coming out during his entrance and just being at ringside, and that was about it. There was nothing really more to them than that. Then they get into a feud with Damian Priest. Obviously, they end up losing that feud. Then, seemingly, they were going to be used in a pretty high-profile position, reminding Randy of who he was. That might have been interesting. I don't think it was really necessary, but you know, if it had turned out to be Alistair reminding Randy, or, you know, listen to the voice, why Randy would have been listening to Alistair, I'm not sure. But I think it would have been more palatable than him listening to Pat. Still, if it had took us away from Legacy and the history and all of that, people would have been like, this isn't quite what I'm looking for. So I'm not sure that idea, even with Alistair, would have been greatly received. But, I mean, who knows? If he'd have been in that spot, it would have been better received, and maybe it could have led somewhere where he doesn't lose his job. I'm not saying that Pat's the reason Alistair's gone. I'm just saying if he had been in that position like he was meant to have been, could it have actually resulted in him using that, kicking on, going somewhere? You know, would Backlash be Randy and Alistair against Cody and Jelly Roll or something, right? Would he still be in a job? I'm not saying that would be good. I'm not saying that that's something I would be calling for, but I'm just saying that they did have that as a plan for him, and then that plan got scrapped. You can understand, if that sort of thing keeps happening, how frustrating it must be. And he strikes me as someone that has really allowed those frustrations to kind of, I think, result in a bitterness. I would imagine that, yeah, he probably doesn't want to put people over because he probably feels like he's just being shafted all the time. So, but it's hard, isn't it? It's a hard industry. Everyone wants to be the guy. Everyone wants to get wins, win championships, go to WrestleMania. Imagine putting all that work in, get in there, and then you're the guy that puts others over, you know? You're the person that... And then you got to choose how you take that. Are you going to be like Chelsea Green and just, yep, let's go. If that's my job, that's my job, you know? And just try and maximize every minute that you can get. or are you going to let it sort of grind you down? And I do get the sense, and again, it's just speculation, I get the sense it's kind of ground him down. Do you know, Becky made a really interesting comment the other day, well, yesterday on Raw, that I didn't actually comment on, and I should have. But it kind of rings true with this conversation. She said, at WrestleMania, she became the woman to have more wins at WrestleMania than anyone else, any other female, right? And the reason why that resonated with me was because I was thinking, she is the Intercontinental Champion. For someone like Becky, that is a demotion. It is a step down. You know, she is someone that is main evented WrestleMania, right? She's the only woman to win a main event of WrestleMania when it was a one-night show. And even now you can make an argument she's the only woman to have won the real main event of WrestleMania. We know that we had Sasha and Bianca on night 1, but, you know, I think a lot of fans see night 2 as being the real night. And when we did 35, the women actually ended the event, right? And Becky won that. So for her now to be in the mid-card title picture for as long as what she has, you could see that as being sort of moved out of the way, kind of not prioritized. They've got to use her on TV because she's obviously a big name. But I thought it was really interesting when she said she's now won more matches than anyone else, because that's such a really great way of looking at it. Like, okay, you're in the Intercontinental title picture, and I'm sure she doesn't mind because it's allowed her to work with AJ Lee. So I'm sure she doesn't mind. But rather than being down about that, about the fact that you're not fighting for world championships, you know, you're not winning the Rumble, you're not winning the Chamber, you're not fighting for a world title, you're clearly not going to be main eventing WrestleMania if you've got the mid-card, women's mid-card belt, right? So rather than being like down about it, she has instead looked at the fact that she won that match, and she's found a stat that is a very, very credible stat that works. And that is that she's now won more matches at WrestleMania than any other female. Doesn't matter what the match is. Imagine if you, every single year, was in a fatal 4-way tag match for no belt, right? No belt involved, but you was just in the match. And for some reason, every year you won. If you won, I don't know, 10 of those and you was a woman, you could then brag that you had won more WrestleMania matches than any other female. That would be true. It would be accurate. And whenever that kind of table would be drawn out, your name would be at the very top of it. That is an achievement that you don't really think about. It's a great achievement, isn't it? I've won more Mania matches than any other woman. That's a great brag. That is a great achievement. It's not the kind of thing that you would see on a Wikipedia page. You know, they tend to just list championships, or if you won the Rumble or King of the Ring. But that's a really good brag to say I've won more matches than any other female. And it doesn't even matter what the match is. I mean, even if there was no belt involved and it was just flipping pillow fights, do you know what I mean? And you won, and it was a legit match, and it's in the, you know, it's got a referee and there was a legit winner and it counts. Do that 10 times, you've won more matches than any other female. It doesn't matter if people go, yeah, but, well, no, it still remains, I've won more matches than any other female. So I thought that was a really good way of looking at it. It's kind of a way of saying, I suppose, everything you do, regardless of what it is counting towards something. Every match that Aleister Black had on TV is another TV match that he had in WWE. So I suppose one way you could look at it is every time he wrestled on TV, there must be a list of the person that has had the most TV matches in WWE history, right? Must be a list. If not, you can generate it, right? ChatGPT or whatever. And just think, every time you have a match, even if you lose every time, you're potentially moving up another place. Do you know what I mean? Like, everything you do in WWE is contributing to something, some list, some accomplishment. You know, the amount of time you spend in the Rumble, you might never win it, but the amount of time you're in the Rumble, it's counting to your personal time that you've been in Royal Rumble matches. The amount of TV time you get is contributing to the amount of time you get. I suppose the point I'm making is Alistair strikes me as the kind of person that has been beaten down by wrestling. But I think there is a way of viewing it where you can be more glass half full. And it's just being in the game, just being there, getting as much TV time as possible, as many matches as possible, just as much opportunity as possible. It all contributes to some number somewhere, you know? And I think that's a better way of kind of mentally dealing with a lot of things that I think are out of your control. So, yeah, that Becky line, it did just hit my ear. I thought it was quite interesting. I liked the way that she looked at that. Jono said, I feel sorry for Nikki Cross. She never got a chance to prove how good of a wrestler she is. Why didn't she wrestle singles matches before she was done? Don't have the answer to that. I don't know if she was not picking a little injury or carrying a little injury. I mean, it was so... I don't think she was, because there was a period where... Do you remember when Julia had the belt the first time? The US title, Nikki would be in the background of some of those segments. They were clearly teasing a collision between Nikki and Julia. She was just watching in the background, and it really felt like Nikki Julia was on the cards. And then I think Chelsea was around as well, and she would be appearing. I remember one point where Chelsea turned around after speaking to Julia. Nikki Cross was standing there, hair all over her face, and Chelsea screamed and ran down the corridor, right? We had these moments where Nikki was around. If she was injured, I don't even think we would tease those moments. That was clearly leading to a match between Nikki and Chelsea or Nikki and Julia. She was around that United States Championship. So it was clearly heading somewhere. We just never got there. So I don't think she was injured for all that time. I think part of it was more just how do we fit her in to the story. I don't even think we made much of an attempt, to be honest. We know plans change. We know there's injuries. We know that, like, the Wyatt Six are off TV for an extended period. I think, I don't want to say that my concern about the Wyatt Six being as big as what they were correct, but I do still have that as a legit concern. That group was too big. I think that they became a bit too overwhelming to try and book. Like, I think it's a lot easier when you've got to book 2-3 people than if you've got to try and find a way of booking a group of 5. It's like a really big commitment. And they've done it with Judgment Day. But Judgment Day have been a real cornerstone of Raw for a long time. You know, they've got their Clubhouse, for example. They've got, you know, big people that have come and gone through that group. Edge started it. Rhea Ripley, Finn Balor, Liv Morgan, Dominic Mysterio. Like, there's a lot of big names connected with Judgment Day. That has been a real cornerstone of Raw for a long time. And I think if you're going to have another sort of big group on SmackDown, it's going to have to be a cornerstone. It's going to have to be a group that's kind of booked and given a spotlight kind of on a scale to Judgment Day. And we didn't even get close. We didn't even get close. You know, they didn't have a Clubhouse. We didn't see them on a weekly basis. We didn't dig into, you know, I mean, just the other day on Raw, we've got Liv having a word with Roxanne saying, I know Finn brought you in, but I want you to know I've got you back. Then Finn arrives. Roxanne's like, don't tell me I can't trust Liv. It's you I can't trust. And do you know what I mean? We're exploring the relationships between all the people in Judgment Day. We ain't done none of that with Wyatt Six. I mean, we couldn't be further away from that if we tried. So I think, like, with Nikki, I think she might have been a victim of being in a group that was too big. I think it was a group that was overwhelming. I think that in order for that group to work, you had to make it a real pillar of whatever brand it was on, and it was absolutely not. And then it was a case of, right, how do we fit? It became that, didn't it? How do we fit them in? What do we do with them? I mean, that's kind of how their booking came across. Not that they were central to plans, but more like, what do we do with this group? And it seemed to get to that point very, very quickly. What the hell do we do with this group? This is why, if they come back, I've got no confidence that they're going to be used the way people want. Because you would have to book them completely different to how they've been booked. You would have to make them central to whatever brand they were on. So really, the whole We Want Wyatt 6 movement, it's not just We Want Wyatt 6 back. It's We Want Wyatt 6 back and to be used the way they should have been used in the first place, which is they need to be a much bigger deal on whatever brand they're on. I've got zero confidence that WWE does that. They might, listen, if there's We Want Wyatt, movement, they might bring them back, but I bet they just get used the way they were used before, which was very frustratingly. So, Nikki, I might have been a bit of a victim of that, to be honest. But then saying that, they still couldn't find a way of using her, even when she wasn't in that group. So, do you remember she was like wandering around, like looking at the sky aimlessly for a long period before the Wyatt 6 even came along? We kind of felt like the Wyatt 6 might be the vehicle that actually started getting her used better. And, well, it wasn't. So, yeah, just a real shame. A missed opportunity. But WWE is full of missed opportunities, as Aaron said. Aleister Black will probably go down as one of those big missed opportunities as well. Tyler, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. It didn't help that the Wyatts were filled with low-card wrestlers. Dexter, Gacy, Cross, said Tom, who were doing nothing before the group. Rowan wasn't in WWE and Bo was a jobber before he returned. Yeah, the only thing I'd say about that is that I agree with what you're saying there, that they weren't the biggest names, but this group was what we believed was intended to get them over. The group was there to take people that had, and this is what they said at the start, these were people that felt abandoned, that they'd been pushed to the sidelines, and this was a coming together of those people to try and get the ball rolling, get the momentum going, get them TV time. And you could see the logic. I think that with all of these people, there's talent, I think there's talent that's there. So it was a case of, let's use this vehicle to get really going with Loomis and Cross and Gacy. And let's use this vehicle. But the thing is, you got to use it, haven't you? It's all well and good putting them all together in a group, and for that group to be how you're going to get them over. But you don't just do that and it just works. I mean, it is crazy. It sort of feels like someone had the idea to do this and a lot of other people did not share the vision. It kind of feels a bit like that to me. Sort of feels like Bo spoke with Triple H. They agreed, yeah, let's try and keep this thing going. The fans loved Bray and it'd be good to try and do something. And so they agreed to do it. And then they gave him Rob Fee. He did a fantastic job with Nightbirds. And then it got passed to the creative team, who just went, I don't know what I'm doing. I haven't got a clue what to do with this group. And it died. And some sort of version of that feels like it's going to be the truth, where it's Triple H going, yeah, let's give this a go, shall we? And then just passing it to a creative team that haven't got a flipping clue what they're doing. And obviously Rob Fee couldn't drive it. I mean, he's got other jobs. He's doing loads of vignettes. A lot of those, I wouldn't be shocked to find out he was involved in the Royce Keys vignettes that, just got worked on. And any of those kind of vignettes that happen, I think have got Rob Fee's fingerprints on. So, he's just not available. He's not like the personal writer of the Wyatt 6. So it just meant that it had to go to the creative teams, and they just didn't have a flipping clue, did they? So it's very sad. But, to be honest, it is what it is as well. It is what it is. It's a missed opportunity. We could have done so much more with them. We didn't. And it's that simple. Goodfella said the murder debut was so well thought out, is beautiful. Uncle Howdy, sorry to say, is just not a leading character. I think Rowan and Gacy should have been more in the lead, said Goodfella. That's the frustrating thing, isn't it, as well, is that I think a lot of these thoughts are valid about, you know, it was full of people that weren't big names, but as we know, this was a group that was intended to try and make them and elevate them. So it's okay that they want the biggest names. The hope was this group would make them bigger names. It's also fine if it turns out Howdy is not the leader that we hoped for. You know, there's nothing to say one of the other characters couldn't have come through and actually took this over. If we'd invested in the group, dug into the backstories, really fleshed out the characters, you might have been able to have found a way of this group surviving even without Howdy around, you know, because the world would have carried on without Howdy. The characters would have been able to have stood on their own 2 feet. I thought what was quite interesting is when Bo had some health problems, you know, he picked up an injury in a battle with Final Testament, and then his dad was ill. You might remember that in 2025, I think there's like 6 months where we don't get the Wyatts, or 5 months. I think they come back just after Mania, but we didn't get them for the first part of the year. And it was all to do with that, apparently. Like, they didn't have any confidence to just keep going with the other members. You know, I think we saw them a couple of times without Uncle Howdy, and that was it. But other than that, it was like, oh, until he comes back, we're not going to do anything. And it's like, why? Why couldn't you have dug into each character whilst he was away, fleshed them out? Like, there seemed to have been a real reluctance, even from the very beginning, to actually dig into the group. There was opportunity to do it. And Jesus, even if you're not going to do it on the show, do it online. Do something, you know, even if you're not putting it on the show. You've got a YouTube channel, one of the biggest on YouTube. You've got some of the biggest social media platforms around. Like, put content out. It'll catch some people's attention. Who knows? You might be able to get them over that way. I mean, it doesn't have to be on the 2 hours that you get or 3 hours that you get of Raw or SmackDown. I mean, we all know how powerful social media is. I mean, there's, you know, whole influencers, and there's a whole economy that just survives on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, you know, these places. WWE are very aware of that. But we just didn't do the work, man. We just didn't do the work. So I think the comments are very, very valid. I suppose the frustration is that, well, why didn't we just listen, Kairi Sane's watching. Love that for us. Because she's put a statement out. Kairi said, what I can say is I know there's been a lot of speculation, but I truly love this work. My teammates and my fans, I've never walked away, and I've given my all in everything I do. I hope you're all doing well. Listen, she needed to put that out. We've been live for over an hour. This has dropped 20 odd or so minutes ago, half an hour ago. This is the first time that I'm seeing this. This is what she needed to put out. That to me is a message. Couldn't be clearer. I've never walked away. I've given my all in everything I do. I think that I've never walked away should hopefully resonate. So that to me is like, I've never walked away. I don't know why I've got it in caps. I've never walked away. Boom. I think that's a good message for her to put out. I'm just wondering if there is any more. I think it was a direct X, wasn't it? Has she actually... Here it is. Yeah, I mean, she only put this out at 11:42 UK time. Right now, it's 12:15. What I can say is I know there's been a lot of speculation, but I truly love this work, my teammates and my fans. I've never walked away, and I've given my all in everything I do. I hope you're all doing well. Yeah, honestly, that to me is big. That's a big message. That's a big deal. That's a statement she should give. So respect to her for doing that. It feels pretty clear to me. With this line is what jumps out to me. I've never walked away. She could easily have put a message out saying, you know, my time with wrestling has come to an end. It's a decision I felt like I had to make, you know, making it very clear I had to make this decision. Or I really miss Japan. Or, do you know what I mean? Something along those lines. And so, to me, there's none of that here. There's nothing here that says, I wanted to go, you know? In fact, quite the opposite with that I've never walked away. Maybe others might interpret that differently, but for me, I'm interpreting it as, yeah, I didn't want to go. I've never walked away. So interesting. I'll be interested to see the reaction of that. God, why is all this stuff happening after flipping Unseen has dropped? It's very disrespectful of people in wrestling to like drop news and stuff after I do Unseen. Do you know, like, we need to get this sorted where I do Unseen around about 4, 5 o'clock, right? Eastern time. That means I can get it out before we do these streams. And so we need to start agreeing there'll be no more news after Unseen goes out, right? Because this is just what I'm meant to do with this now. I can't do an emergency Unseen because that just makes the earlier Unseen look stupid, doesn't it? That just makes the earlier Unseen look like flipping lost cousin, stupid lost uncle that just dribbles on itself. Do you know what I mean? It's very disrespectful. My hatred for wrestling is going to new levels right now. Yeah. Triple H has worked hard to make me hate WWE this year, and right now my hatred for wrestling is just growing because this is disrespectful to this channel and this community. PW Insider has been asked about from a number of readers about claims that Kairi Sane's WWE release has been rescinded and that she could appear on Raw. This looks like an old thing. Could appear on Raw. None of these claims are correct. Kairi did return to Japan, and there is no chance of her being on Raw. So that's an old message that for some reason has popped in my feed. Okay. Well, there we go. Thank you to everyone that's tagged me in that drop in about half an hour ago. And yeah, I think she needed to do that. I really do. Okay. Oh, we've frozen. That's how upset I am. We flipping frozen. Okay, give me a sec. I'll get this unfroze. I'll not. Memories. Hello, hello, hello. We are back. We should be back. There we go. I think I'm back. I can see me on screen. Okay, let's go down to the chats. Hashtag we want days, said Big Oggs. Big Oggs, shout out to you, but okay, we're back. We got how long? We got 40 minutes. I am so looking forward to Lizzy Rain tonight. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. So Lizzy Rain in action tonight. We're going to see her for the first time. I know she's been doing house shows, live events. So I'm excited for that. Days highlights of my day was being featured in Unseen prominently, said Robbie. Well, Robbie, shout out to you. Good. I'm glad it wasn't a complete waste of time. Cammy said Days is back. We're back, baby. Backstreet's back. Days is in so much shock he's frozen, said Radio. That is true. That is true. It was disappointment, actually, that made me freeze. But we are back. Okay. Did you turn it on and off again? Said Shining Wizards. That is actually exactly what I did. Yes. Is the Lizzy Rain debut today? Said Miguel. Yes, it is. Suzanne said, I was about to have a heart attack. Don't, Suzanne. Save it. Right? We don't need to be having one of those right now. Metal Mama, hello. Shout out to you. What's your emoji? I don't even know what that emoji is. Is that the Earth? Metal Mama, hope you're doing well. People are going to take it and run with it, knowing what she means by it, says Glockness. What do we think she means by it? How are people interpreting it? Not going to lie, these releases smell like TKO. Even Zelina confirmed it was TKO that released her, says Paul. TKO were the ones that called, but it was WWE that made the decision. I don't doubt that. I really don't. I've got zero doubt in that. That's how it's always been. TKO give the budget, and then, you know, it comes down to Triple H and Nick Khan's go, who are we using? You know, who do we see the value in? And, like, you know, they work from there. Okay. Carl said, my highlight is a picture of you and Alistair that was retweeted. Oh, my highlight is a picture of you and Alistair was retweeted by the GOAT. Carl, hope you're doing well, buds. Big Time Hello said, Daze, what do we think about Lash Legend booking? Nia Jax succeeded in giving Lash heel heat. I think it's been good. I mean, one thing I'll say about Lash Legends is when she first started, she was atrocious, right? She had a little talk show called Lashing Out on NXT, and she'd get in the ring and she'd just look lost. Like, it was just painful to watch, actually. I think the fact we do not talk about her is actually a good thing. We don't really talk about her. We don't really talk about her in a good or a bad way. She's just in a tag team with Nia. She's kind of not in the spotlight, but obviously there'll come a time where that tag team will break apart, and then Lash Legends is going to be you know, a force to be reckoned with in the women's division around the singles titles. Right now, I think she's just getting in her reps. I really like it, actually. I really like her being just on the show with Nia, getting matches, like, you know, learning how this works. And it's good. I think it's good. And I'm not seeing people online going, oh, she sucks, she shouldn't have been called up or anything like this. Like, she just looks tidy. She looks fine. She, you know, they'll give her a few moments where people are like, oh, that was a nice spot, or that was a good thing. But by and large, she's kind of under the radar to me. It's kind of under the radar, which is a bit crazy considering she obviously has won the women's tag titles. But to me, she's just under the radar. So, but that's not a bad thing. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I just think that it's good. It's actually a good thing. It means that she has just adapted really comfortably, and she just looks like a normal regular on the main roster. So, yeah, I think it's been a successful. I mean, God, to be honest, I mean, I talk about Julia and Stephanie and Roxanne and Sol Ruka, and I'd never mentioned Lash Legend. Completely slips my mind that she's been called up, because she's just been put in that tag division and just sort of, just, you know, do your thing, you know, go at your own pace. And that's absolutely fine. It's really not a negative. So, yeah, God bless her. I hope it all works well. I hope that she continues to learn and evolve. And I think you've got to say that's a positive. Flamefist said, if Jacob beats Roman at Backlash, do we think he'll be Tribal Chief? I'd like it if it happened and it shook up the bloodline, said Flamefist. Well, if he beats him, it's going to cause carnage, but I don't envisage it happening. The reason why I don't envisage it happening is Roman's just won that belt. Roman apparently is going into a program with Gunther. I would imagine that would be for the title. I can't imagine it would be not for the belt. So I'm envisaging us getting past Jacob, then moving on to Roman Gunther. That's the rumor. Plus also, I don't know that we've massively built Jacob. I mean, Jacob was kind of attacked, came back, went after Drew, believing it to be Drew. Drew said it wasn't him. They did a feud, obviously resulting in Drew and Jacob at WrestleMania. Jacob got the win. Then immediately after WrestleMania, he steps up to Roman. Seems to be a bit aggressive, and I'm not too sure where the hostility came from, but I'm sure there are Roman fans that can fill in any sort of blanks that I've got there. But we seem to be moving very quickly because Backlash is not that far away. And it all feels very quick, very rushed. It's just like we're done with that Drew thing. Now we're going to move him on to Roman. It doesn't feel like we're building towards him being a new champion. It just feels like we need a challenger for Roman. Jacob would be interesting. He's coming off a win at WrestleMania. He's got some momentum, some credibility. There's a story that can be told here. So I'll be shocked, really shocked. I don't know what the odds are, but I've got to think that they're pretty low for Jacob leaving Backlash as the champion. But let's say he does. Well, if he does, he's just beaten Roman. That's going to cause some chaos in the family, because if you beat Roman, I mean, technically you're the tribal chief. So would they do a rematch that would be like tribal combat? Maybe they end up doing that at Clash in Italy. Saturday night's main event. We got 3 shows coming up in May. So, would you do that? Where it's like, it's the belt's on the line, but, who is tribal chief's on the line as well, after Jacob gets a shock win. But, I don't know. I mean, I would imagine Roman would win then. And then that means that it's kind of 1-1 between them. Maybe someone then takes Jacob's attention away, and then that means Roman could go into the Gunther feud. So, I mean, there might be a way forward where you can put the belt on Jacob for a little while. I'm really struggling to see them putting it on him and keeping it on him. I'm struggling to see them putting it on him. But, not impossible, I suppose. Not impossible. Wouldn't surprise me if Drew got involved at Backlash and cost Jacob, said Cammy. Maybe they're going to finally give Jacob the push, said Edwards. Shining Wizard said, I'm not a Rhea stan. She is just the first star from my hometown, so she gets my support. Shining Wizard said, I'm well aware that most of my favourite wrestlers are never going to be the all-time greats like Stone Cold, but I like watching them, and I hope they succeed, and that's enough. Yeah, that's a healthy way of looking at it, actually, because not everyone is going to be Stone Colds. I mean, very few are, I think it's about, if there's someone that you like, there must be a reason as to why you like them. And so, you support them then, regardless. So, I like Sammy because he's always delivering in the ring, always gives like 100% in ring. I like the passion in his promos. I feel like I look at the journey he's been on, not just where he is now, but kind of where he was when I first started watching him in NXT. And I've seen his whole main roster run, and I've seen, the bad times where creatively he's just been in a really bad place, and he's in one of those places right now. And then I've seen the great times where he's in Bloodline. And, fans are absolutely loving it and turning on Roman at the Royal Rumble, or putting on absolute bangers with Kevin Owens, for example. Or main event in night 1 of WrestleMania with Kevin, beating the Usos, getting the tag titles. I mean, these are great accomplishments and great moments. And you just, you support these people through the good times and the bad times. And yeah, it doesn't matter if, they don't go on to be Stone Colds. Very few people will go on to achieve that. It's about like when it's their segment, do you get excited to see what they're going to be doing? And I've got that with Sammy. I'm excited to see, are they going to turn him heel? I mean, it feels like they should, because of just how loud people are kind of against him right now. Like, why not tap into it? With Cody, he still has a portion of the crowd that cheer for him. You still see those kids dressed as him. He still shifts loads of merch. Like, he's still got his supporters, even though it kind of has diminished online. He's still got his supporters, but I'm not so sure with Sammy in the crowd. I'm sure there are some that are cheering for him, but it's loud. The kind of negativity towards Sammy is really loud. There doesn't seem to be much to salvage. Let's put it that way. So I don't know. I'll be very interested to see what they do with him. I mean, they had him dressed as a gingerbread man, attacking Little Yachty and attacking Trick. This was after Trick just said, I'm not going to keep doing the open challenges some fans have enjoyed. Little Yachty saying, all those celebrities have come and gone, but I'm still here. And we know that celebrities have been quite controversial. So Little Yachty saying, I'm not going anywhere, I think was meant to get a bit of heat. I think Trick saying, I'm not keeping the open challenge going, I think was meant to get a little bit of heat. I think Sammy being revealed as being in the gingerbread costume was meant to be, that's pretty fun. I like what he's done there, right? And now he's beating them up. And I think genuinely they thought that this could get a bit of a positive reaction. But it didn't. It absolutely did not. I feel like we could have told them that it would not have worked that way. And yeah, I mean, I really don't know what else you can try, really. I feel like even if there's a babyface being beaten up and Sammy comes to the rescue, you know, they'll still boo him. It's kind of like there's a stench on him that he just can't get off now. So yeah, I'm quite interested to see what they do with him moving forwards, because at some point they've got to make a decision and do something, you know, and they can't just keep doing this. I wonder what they do this week. I wonder if they'll try some other way of getting him over and it'll fail. And I wonder if this will become a bit of a thing for a few weeks. So it's interesting. Jono said Backlash is next Saturday. Saturday main event on the 24th. And then Italy on the 31st. May is going to be very busy. Oh, yeah, I love it. I absolutely love it. And there is that AAA show on the 30th, which, you know, I'm very much interested in. It's the Mask versus Mask AAA show, El Grande. That's the day before Clash in Italy. Don't know if there's any, like, special NXT events. I love it. Bring it on. I mean, for me, this is what we do. You know, we sit here, we talk about wrestling, we get our teeth into whatever people want to talk about. Be that Cody, be that Sammy, be that releases, be that the news of the day. And, you know, obviously we do that pretty much every day, but mostly Monday, Tuesday and Friday around the big shows. We are back tomorrow, though, with Evolve. But mostly it's on a Monday, Tuesday, Friday. But where we can have an opportunity to sit down on a Saturday and talk about wrestling, flipping, let's go. You know, I'm definitely here for it. I do not have a life. You need to understand this. I don't have a life. I'm either sat here getting stuff ready for future streams, graphics, or working out games for the members thing, or whatever it might be. Or I'm streaming or working on Unseen, you know? So, yeah, for me, I'm quite happy to sit here and chat away about wrestling. I absolutely love doing it. So, yeah, good. More the merrier. That's what I say. Big Migs said Kyrie came out and denied Meltzer's tweets. Well, I mean... She has gone back to Japan. It's not just Meltzer that's saying that, right? I think the message that she's put out was good. I think it was needed. Certainly that line of, I've never walked away, right? I think, you know, some might say it'd be nice to get a bit more clarity out of it, but at least we've had a message. And it's a big message as well from Kyrie. So, yeah, I agree. That's good. I'm not ready to jump on Dave Meltzer and say what he said was a load of rubbish, though. I think there's a lot more to this story that we need details on. But I think for me, the big takeaway is it seems like Kyrie was let go. It seems like Kyrie is... I don't know that she's fighting to be let go. That message to me could have been worded differently, where she made it very clear that it was her choice. I think her saying, I never walked away, is a very interesting line to use. And again, you have to worry about a little bit in translation not being 100%. Is she saying I never walked away because she waited for her deal to end? She didn't walk away mid-deal. Do you know what I mean? There's so much nuance when it comes to stuff like this. I don't think it can be. See, Dave Meltzer's a liar. You know, I think that these little nuances, and there's loads of them potentially. This is where, you know, you kind of, it's best sometimes to sit back and just watch it unfold. So for me, where I am with it right now is Kyrie is obviously gone from WWE. Fans are sad about it. There's a We Want Kyrie movement. It's a movement that I support because I would like Kyrie back, right? If it was her choice to go, then I hope she sees it, and I hope she knows that the fans didn't want her to go. If WWE decided to release her, I hope they see it and realise the fans didn't want her to go. So the We Want Kyrie movement can just be nothing but positive, right? Nothing but positive. She's come out now and basically said what she's said. I think there are different ways that you can interpret it. There are, you know, there's still a little bit in there that's not like crystal clear. As I said, that line of I never walked away, she could be saying, I waited for my contract to end and I just didn't renew, right? But I never walked away during the contract. It's not like I was under a deal and I walked out like, say, Sasha did. She's not saying that. I'm kind of saying that on her behalf, but you get my point. It's not like she's just refused to come to a show. So I think like there's all these little nuances that are like, I think sometimes it's better to just watch things play out. So I'm just going to keep kind of reporting what I see. I don't see any reason to not be doing a We Want Kyrie thing if that's what you want to do. And it'd be great if this kind of started it all back up and somehow she ended up coming back. I mean, that would be a great win. I would love that. So, but again, sometimes the best thing you can do is just watch and observe and just see how it plays out. There's a lot of people in this world that think they know what's happening, but they have not got a flipping clue. You got to remember as well, there's a lot of people online where their channels kind of really depend on acting like they know what's happening and they don't have a flipping clue. So sometimes just being in that position where you can just watch and observe and watch it play out, that kind of prevents you from making yourself look a bit stupid. So just a piece of advice. One that I obviously have to tell myself on a regular basis as well. You know, try and observe and watch things play out. It can be tricky though, because we talk a lot about wrestling. So, you know, for us, we have to cover a lot of ground. There's a lot of time that we kind of talk about wrestling. So we can't avoid these kind of conversations. But I think this is where, when it comes to someone like Kyrie, I'm just going to keep putting out like We Want Kyrie or something, and supporting that movement whilst it still exists. Because I would like her back, to be honest. Whether that's WWE's decision or her decision, doesn't really make any difference to me. You know, whoever sees it, whoever needs to see it and needs to know that she was appreciated and is missed, it's just a good message to send, isn't it? So yeah, I wouldn't want to be getting dragged into Dave Meltzer made it up, Dave Meltzer's a liar. I don't know where the truth is with things like that. I'm just watching it unfold and we'll see where it goes. Zanon Gooch, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Hello, welcome. We've got 20 minutes until NXT, so we'll be getting to that relatively soon. Zanon actually said, do we think Lizzy Rain will make a big impact? Yeah, I do actually, because I think that she's bringing two things that are very good for making an impact. First thing is experience, because she has been working on the independent circuit. So, and she's made a name for herself on that independent circuit. So that says to me she knows how to perform. She knows how to perform in ring. Can there be improvements made? Absolutely. Can she wrestle a more WWE style now? Yes, she could. But she's not going to get in there and, do you know what I mean, like, be lost. Like, she's going to have sequences, moves, like, you know, connection with the crowd, things that she can rely on, right? So she knows how to work a crowd. She's going to have certain moves in a move set. She's going to have certain sequences of moves that she can talk in advance with her opponent. That's going to be like, whoa, did you see that? That looked good. And so she's going to have something to bring. Okay, so she's got that. The other thing she's got as well, which is going to be a big, big advantage, is she's got a character and charisma. So not only is she just coming out waving to the fans like, hello, my name's Holly, I'm hoping to make it in the industry. You know, she's got this heavy metal, hard rock. You know, even that promo she cut last week, you know, I'm Lizzy Rain. And I'm never, ever, ever gonna die, you know, just like heavy metal. And she was like, she made an impression. You kind of watch that video, you go, I like this girl. She's bringing energy. She's got something that she represents. There's clearly a passion that she's got there, which is about like heavy metal music, hard rock music. She's really into that. And she was a bit spunky as well with the way that she was kind of getting across her message, you know. It kind of had a bit of like energy to it. And you kind of like, you took notice, I took notice. And I saw that actually a lot of people were sharing that clip going, I'm really excited for this girl. And you got to remember, this is someone most of us have got absolutely no idea. What she's talking about, no idea what her backstory is, you know. Like, we've only seen her from video clips. So with her talking and her promo, that's all, you know, this is all most of us have seen. I've seen clips of her, but that's it. And I was excited because I knew she was a bit of a name on the indie circuit, and I knew that she'd be a good addition. I knew that she had like a bit of a character. I'm really looking forward to seeing how that now translates. So those two things for me, of having that experience and having that character that you can make a first impression with, I think, yeah, I can't see how this is not going to land, honestly. I think she could come in and really turn some heads, and then that gives you something to build on. So I think she is going to be good, yeah. I can't wait for Lizzy Rain to take on Izzy Dame and see how commentary handle that, said Steve. She's got enthusiasm. She's got a lot with impact. I think she'll be cool and think she'll go to the main roster soon, said Zanon. Well, I'm not sure about that bit because we've just called up a lot of people. So I think like she'll be in NXT for a while, like a couple of years. I mean, if she absolutely hits the ground running and just rips it up, maybe after WrestleMania next year, she might get called up. But I can't see it being before that. And I would expect it to be longer than that, actually. I suppose she's coming in with the advantage of already having the experience. I mean, it didn't take Blake Monroe that long. But considering the amount of talent that we've just called up, I don't even think there's any kind of vacancy at the moment. So, yeah, for me, I wouldn't be expecting that. I wouldn't even judge her by that, though. I think if you're Lizzy, you are so excited because you've signed with WWE. You're going to get to work with this amazing coaching staff. You're going to be working as well with talent that have got so much experience. Like, she's got experience on the indie circuit, but think about like Kalani Jordan, Lola Vice. I mean, Lola Vice has been competing in Mexico for AAA, and you know, you can kind of learn from them as well and be around them and kind of learn from them. But then you've got amazing coaches, Shawn Michaels, of course. Sometimes you get like people like Undertaker or AJ Styles popping in as well. They've had a few women as well come in, like I think was it Jazz that went down there, kind of worked with some of the girls. So you get these guest coaches as well. So, God, just make the most of it, really. I wouldn't be thinking, like, I need to get to the main roster. I'd be thinking, like, I know I'm good already, so I need to be great. Anything that needs improving, like, you would know where your weaknesses are. You'd know if you don't have much confidence in your promos, or you don't have much confidence in certain aspects of your wrestling, like perhaps like you're quite technical but you're not very good off your feet. Perhaps your agility is not that great, or your explosiveness could need some work, or whatever it is. Just put the work in, you know. Just use this as a year or two where you just level up everything, and then, you know, when you do get called up, which I'm sure she absolutely could in the future, then you'll be a force to be reckoned with, won't you? So just enjoy it. That's what I would say. Just enjoy it. Just go and enjoy it, and make the most out of it. So, and not worry about, like, oh, am I going to get called up in 2 months or 5 months or 6 months? Like, just work, because the cream rises to the top, doesn't it? I mean, make yourself undeniable. Work on your character. Get that connection with the audience. Shift some merch. Tell some stories. And, you know, WWE will, you know, they'll want you and they'll call you up. But just, yeah, put in that work. So it kind of all starts for her tonight. She's been doing live events, but I'm very excited to see her on NXT for reals. And as we said, that goes down tonight. Wyatt661 said Keanu Carver looks to be the only heel now. We need some new players for NXT. Should be a good show. Will we get Evil tonight? I can't wait to see that new rock girl tonight. Yeah, Lizzy Rain. Imminently, Evil is coming. That was in Unseen today, and doing the rounds, of course. So yeah, imminently he's on the way. So, I mean, that feels like literally any day. We've seen this before, actually, where they will put a news story out like that, and then later that same day, the person arrives. I remember when Carrion came back, word was doing the round, Carrion has signed with WWE. And then literally a few hours later, we were watching SmackDown, he popped up. So you could get Evil tonight, yes. Don't forget, there was that kanji on the box that was translated as war. But again, if you watched Unseen, you'll know that someone reported there is someone coming over from Noah who has got a connection with war. So it could also be them. There is someone coming in from Noah. We took Inamura before from Noah. And so there is someone else that's coming over now. And apparently they've got a connection with war. So it could turn out to be them. It could be Evil. I'm not saying it's not Evil. I'm just saying there is a valid alternative as to who it could be, and it might not be Evil. So there is someone being teased and that's coming in from Japan. It could be Evil, or it could turn out to be that Noah guy, or it could turn out to be Takahashi. He's also rumored to be on the way, but we just haven't heard as much about him. The news today was about Evil. But yeah, Keanu Carver, I like him a lot, actually. He's really gone up in my estimation. I mean, I liked him in Evolve, but I really like what I see out of him on NXT. Okay, 12 minutes. The new LFG now follows bigger names in Evolve, and the wrestlers move to NXT. The first episode has got Carver, Lyons, Kelly Armstrong, and it shows them getting moved up, and it was interesting, said Neil. Yeah, it looks better, actually. It looks better. I don't know if it's still got some of that sort of fake. I don't like that. Believe it or I mean, I like professional wrestling, and so I like stories. But to me, I don't need that in this LFG show. This LFG show for me is show me behind the scenes. Show me these people actually putting in the work. Show me the actual feedback that you give them, because I will find that very interesting. Like, show me Keanu Carver in a match and show me the feedback that he gets for real. And honestly, I saw a clip of exactly that. I mean, it was Kevin Owens going, what do you think about those punches, Booker? And Booker was like, pfft. And, you know, it was like Keanu Carver doing this, you know? And they gave him the feedback of, obviously, that's not good enough. That's not right. Again, is it real feedback? Did they tell him to throw in some horrible, awful-looking punches and then we'll give you the feedback to do them? Or is it real feedback from a real observation? I'd like to think it's the seconds. I mean, I'm only judging it off a clip. So, I don't know. Some of you might have watched it and said, no, the whole thing just feels a bit set up. The whole thing just feels a bit fake. I hope it's real, because I will find that genuinely very interesting. So, I must admit, I'm way more interested in the new setup than the rookies, pros competing against each other. I don't know. That seemed a bit unnecessary to me. So, yes, I kind of like what I've seen so far of it. So, LFG. But I think here in the UK, there's not a way of watching it, unfortunately. It's not on, like, TV. You have to go to watch wrestling and try and find a way of downloading the episodes or something like that. So, a bit frustrating. Weird Flex said, I think LFG should be able to give these people a chance to get over. If they fail to pop legends, the question is, can they pop an audience? That's what matters, said Weird Flex. Daze, I really think Kyrie is coming back at Backlash. The pop is going to be unreal, says Josh. What, you think it's like work? You think that she could be... Well, I don't know, man. I think that's so dangerous. I think it's so dangerous to sort of do that. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not a fan of them using storyline, like releases for storylines. We have done it before. It has happened before, but I wouldn't be doing that here. So... I hope that's not what they've done, but, well, you can never rule these things out, can you? Imagine if Fanny made Daze cry and lots of people said Daze is better than Fanny, says Carr. God, that was so much fun. I really enjoyed the Wrestling Escape Pods. It was just like, you know what my goal is. My goal is to just have fun for an hour. And, yeah, I was just like, let's go. Let's try and have a bit of fun. And pretty crazy, to be honest, for the last week's Wrestling Escape Pod. So hope people enjoyed it. Jacob is so good in the ring. The stuff that he does, if they let him cook, it could be really great. He had some classics in MLW with big men, said Weird Flex. Yeah. Hammerstone. I saw a lot of clips of him with Hammerstone. Doc Holliday said, I would have Carver answer Oba. He's also someone that could join Oba and Omos. That would be the fictional faction that I want to happen, said Doc Holliday. Really looking fine tonight, Daze. What, me? Thank you. I mean, I look exactly the same as every other day, but I'll still take it. So, Doc Holliday, thank you, my friends. I appreciate it. Pushing Up Daisies said, I hope we get no sell headbutts in Roman versus Fatu. That was kind of like in the old days, wasn't it? Where they used to not sell the kind of headbutts from the Samoans. Josh, the Great Stone, said, I think it started out as being a real release, but now I think they realized that she might have been worth money. I'm so ready for Lizzy Rain, said Pushing Up Daisies. Let's go. Let's go. Scottish Chris said, Daze, I've sent you a tweet of my latest collectibles. Well, thank you, my friends. I'll add that to the community folder. The community thing is ready to record, and I'm hoping to get that done tonight, actually. So appreciate it. Okay, where are we? We've just got 5 minutes left to go. Flamefist said, I said it earlier, Daze, you're looking extra handsome today. Well, I wonder why. I wonder what that's... I mean, I don't know. I don't know why I'm looking extra handsome. I mean, clearly it's true. Clearly you're not lying to me. So, clearly that's true. but I'm not sure as to why. Perhaps I've just woken up extra cute. You know, it does happen sometimes. When is Nikki Blackheart going to show up, said Glockness. Not heard any word as to when we could be expecting her. I tagged you in a video of Gunther and Ludwig shooting guns, said Cooper. Thank you. JJB Gaming said, Daze, you are glowing. Well, let's not have any pregnancy rumors. I can confirm I am not pregnant. I've not been anywhere near Montez Ford. So, Blake said, here is the Lizzy Rain auto that I've got. That's nice. That's nice. It's a good picture, actually. It's a good picture. So, Blake just sharing the Lizzy Rain picture that was in Wrestle Crates. It's nice, that. This is who's going to be debuting tonight in WWE. So, really looking forward to seeing her in action. So, yeah, should be good. I hope it all goes well. Sure it will. Boom. Okay. The Riz is strong in this chat, said pushing up daisies. Glockness said you look like an expectant mother. Well, I feel like we're all an expectant mother today, as Lizzy Rain is going to be taking her first steps in a WWE ring, and we're all very proud, and we're all very excited, and we're all going to be glowing with pride when it goes well for her. So it's probably that, to be honest. Shining Wizard said, can you tell me where to drop some suggestions for Wrestle Feud questions? Best place to do it would be in a member stream on a Monday, or just tag me in them on X. Those would be the best places, because both of those I can jot them down. So either of those would be the best. Always open for Wrestle Feud questions, suggestions, so they're always welcome. So probably tag me on X on them, because that way I can have it on screen and I can then transfer them across to the spreadsheet that I've got. If you just mention them here, like if I'm in the middle of something, I'll be like, okay, yeah, they're good, and then bang, it's out my head, and I'll forget about it. I have to write stuff down, otherwise it's gone. Jared said, at least one stream a week you put yourself over. Well, actually, Jared, normally at least once every stream I try and put myself over. Guys, if you're not going to put yourself over, who is going to put you over, yeah? Look after yourselves. Put yourselves over, yeah? I certainly tried to do that. Doc Holiday said, it's probably best that you are not near Montez. I'm just going to leave it at that, you little cream puff. Oh, I've never been called a cream puff. Is that bad? Is that a good thing? Bad thing? I don't know. Do you want me to be a cream puff, Doc Holiday? You little cream puff. I don't even know what a cream puff actually is. In my mind, it's like a little pastry that's got maybe some cream inside. It's exactly that. That's what I am right there. Cream puff. Do you know, I had not something I ever have. I'm just, oh my God. A chocolate cream puff. Let's go. Look at that. I would definitely enjoy one of those. A chocolate cream. Oh, let's go. Look at that. Chocolate cream looks nice, mate. Is that pink strawberry cream puffs? Oh my God, shut up. What's that one? It's like yellow. If that's lemon, I'm not as interested. I'm not as interested if it's lemon. I mean, I'm sure it's going to be refreshing on a hot day, but God, these look very English, don't they? Do you know what I mean? Strawberries and cream. Couldn't get more English. Yeah, it's giving dinner party vibes, isn't it? It's giving dinner. It's giving Bridget Jones's Diary vibes. It's no bad thing. Nice. Well, we're all officially hungry now. We are the Cream Puff Gang. The thought of I thought Wrestling Daze was talking about Jelly Roll, said Metal Mama. No, I'd be up shouting, wouldn't I, if I was talking about our king? No, we were actually looking at cream puffs. Days, Lizzy Rain effect is real, said AJG. I've never watched NXT before, but I'm here tonight. Really? Just to see Lizzy Rain? Has she made that big of an impression, has she? Was not expecting that. Edward said the best cream puffs are in Ohio, in the German village at the Schmitz. Oh, Schmitz. It's a nice word. Schmitz Bakery. A++. There we go. Cream puff heads. If you want to know where to get the best cream puffs, get yourself to Schmitz Bakery. Miguel, shout out to you, buds. Jelly roll. Jelly roll. It's one of the great WWE moments. Cooper said, am I the only one that's not heard of her? Nah. To be honest, I'd not heard of her until she signed. And then I started seeing videos online as people were like, oh man, she's going to be so good. And so you see these clips of her. And then, of course, last week we saw the little thing that she did. She's just going to be, she comes across as fun. She comes across as someone that's, do you know what I mean, got a bit of energy and is, you know, he's going to be bringing something. So I'm excited. So we are underway then with NXT. Let's go. Oh, I'm really looking forward to her entrance, seeing what the graphics look like, seeing what the entrance music looks like. It's a shame in a way that she's female, because I feel like the women's division is already in a pretty good place. It would be nice if it was like a new guy that was coming in that we were all really excited for. But doesn't matter. We've just lost a load of women, so we can boost the women's division, and it's needed. Brilliant for Fatal Influence on Friday, wasn't it? Absolutely fantastic. Couldn't have asked for a better debut. Brilliant noise from the crowds. Days, I live in Maryland. When I travel to Boston, there is a bakery that's called Wicked Good Cupcakes. They're cupcakes in a jar. They're freaking delicious. And they've got an online shop. Oh. Sounds nice. Do you know, we had a dessert place up the road. They had like these big pieces of cake. They'd make a cake and then they'd cut it into bits. And it was just like full of cream and Oreos. And I mean, like, some of them are like thick with icing and they just looked amazing. And they had like candy on top. They did loads of different ones. There was like a Oreo one, a Reese's one, and they were like these cakes that they would make. And they just looked so creamy and delicious and amazing. I never got a chance to get one. I saw the shop, but I wasn't feeling too well. The one time we went, and I was like, nah, they look amazing, but I'm just not in the mood. And now they've gone, and they're not there anymore, and I'm gutted. Gutted, I tell you. Not as gutted as Sol Ruka last week when she got yeeted off this platform and smacked her head, resulting in staples, I believe it was, that she needed. I mean, it looked moody, didn't it? I mean, it looked moody. Turns out it was moody. I think Kendall Gray even revealed that backstage they were like, oh, here we go. Yeah. They've all gone. They're going to make an impact. We need some fresh new faces. Yeah. 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 Oh, that's good, isn't it? So we got Sean and Robert Stone. Mr. Stone, they're like, put a stick of dynamite in that locker room. Tell them this is anyone's ball game. Let's see who runs out. Let's see who grabs that brass ring. Yeah? I like it. I'm here for it. We're going to be starting with Dark State. So it looks like we're going to be starting with Saquon against Myles. This could be interesting because I don't know if Dion Lennox is going to break out. Saquon versus Dion Lennox. Daze, how do we feel about the King and Queen addressing Congress today, said AB? Oh, I thought it was cool, actually. I watched the speech. I don't know how it's been received or anything, but I thought it was pretty good. We know there's a lot of turbulence in the world, so I don't think anything that's, you know, in the news that's positive is a good thing, isn't it? So him going over there and, you know, cutting what felt like a pretty positive speech, I thought was pretty good. So, yeah. Okay, Myles making his way down to the ring. It's a big, wide belt, that, isn't it? Like, around his waist. I like it when they wear the belts around their waist, though. There's a lot that just come down with it over their shoulders. Myles in the corner, then. Doc Holliday said, this super chat is brought to you by South Jersey Contractors, laying pipe since 1975. Here comes TKO again. Doc Holliday, shout out to you. Well, I certainly don't mind shouting out the South Jersey Contractors. I'm all for companies out there laying pipe. And the fact they've been doing that since 1975, it deserves respect. Okay, Myles against... Well, I've ballsed this right up, haven't I? It's Saquon versus Myles. I don't know why it's lowercase. It is. And we just have to accept it. Okay, both guys getting their intros. Daze, have you heard of half-pound cookies? No. Disney Springs in Florida has got a trademark on them. They sell out every day of the week. Check them out on Gideon's... Oh, mate, I've been to Disney Springs so many times. I've never flipping heard of them. Half-pound cookies. Every time I go to Florida, I go there. Half-pound cookies. Shot coming in there by Myles. That's annoying. Yeah, they look amazing. I don't know if this is the half-pound version, but I'd imagine it's not flipping cheap. Look at them. That's annoying, because I've been to Disney Springs twice since early 2024. No. No, I went once in 2024. I'm just thinking then. I went in 2024. The last time before that was 2018. I feel like I've been more recently than that. Myles Borne goes over the top to the outside. Saquon goes down. Anyway, bottom line, I've been to Disney Springs 6 times in my life, 7 times. Never had one of them. Didn't even know they existed, so that's on my radar now. Shot coming in there by Myles. Saquon against the ropes. Myles with a drop kick. Saquon holds on to the rope, so very good. That gives Saquon the initiative. Saquon climbing up Myles in the corner. Saquon just took a moment there. kind of hesitated. That's going to backfire for him. Inverted atomic drop. Clothesline there by Myles. Wrestler Andy said, I've not been to Orlando since I was a kid. I need to go back now. I'm an adult. Well, you definitely do, because you need to get some of these flipping cookies that look amazing. Apparently $14.99 is a price that I'm seeing. Fantastic. When's Takahashi debut, says Kale. No words. Caleb, no words. Still don't even know when Evil's debuting, but apparently he is imminent. Imminent. Saquon get in the ring. King Yeti said, you don't want pipe layers from Jersey to sponsor Daze. They're going to want a cut. Capiche? Forget about it. Hey, forget about it. Okay, a referee goes to the outside. Saquon getting all frustrated. Myles Borne is hurt. He's grabbing a hold of his throat, and we're going to go to commercial break. Crowd are booing away. Saquon just grabbed Brandon Cutler, gave him a big kiss on the forehead. Just grab it. Like that. Love that for them. Saquon in good spirits because he's in control right now as Myles Borne goes face first into the commentary table. Miguel said, what can you do in England? What can't you do in England? Do anything. Right now, we got a knee coming in there by Saquon. Daze, could we see Dion Lennox turn on Dark State, said Scottish Kish? Yeah. Yeah. They've been teasing issues, haven't they? So, yeah. Saquon in the ring. We're still at commercial break. Have you seen all three brands live? Yeah. Yeah. I've never seen NXT, like the TV show, because I've never been to Full Sail. I've never been in there. But I've been to an NXT live event, if that counts. I've seen NXT talent on an NXT branded show a few times, actually. I mean, they used to come to the UK. So I've seen them in Bournemouth. I've seen them in Brighton. But then I've seen them twice in Florida as well. NXT, proper NXT house shows. But I've never seen, like, the TV get recorded. I think someone told me it's quite hard to get in because I think these people get first refusal on the seats. So, do you know what I mean? A lot of them just go week after week after week. Slingshot there by Myles into that bottom rope. The NXT PLEs in the US are moving to CW, said Angel. Where can you watch this in the US? CW in the US. CW Network. Scottish Chris said, I'm going to go to AEW All In at Wembley in August. Have fun. JM Beer said, the word teammates caught my eye because if you're not working, you don't have teammates. Days with the Noah partnership, do we think we'll ever see Naito in a... Oh my God, please, Robbie, yes, please. You're right, even if it's just once. Why would you not do it? Oh. Has he got the same music? Da na 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 na. Da na 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 na. Yeah, I'd love it. I can't answer that. All I can say is that we did bring in Jushin Thunder Liger for one match against Tyler Breeze. NXT TakeOver Brooklyn. So that was great. But I don't know if we get Naito. Oh, God, it'd be so good if we did. Who would you put in them with? I don't even know who you'd put him in there with at the moment. It'd probably be someone from NXT, would it? Noah seems to be at that NXT level. I don't know. Would it be Myles Borne? Tony? I don't know. Leg drop there by Saquon. 1, 2. Kick out there by Myles. Doc Holiday said, please, Ricky Sosa and Leon Slater in NXT. Well, we've had a lot of Leon Slater. We haven't had Ricky. Actually, don't know much about Ricky. I know that he was a hot indie talent that signed with TNA, but yeah, we've had a lot of Leon Slater. Be good to get him back again. Blake said, I hope that Rain Leverkusen doesn't get some absolutely terrible... Oh, yeah, she might get Death Rebels. Oh, they can't... I mean, music is all about her gimmick, isn't it? So they can't give us something terrible. It's got to be something that's going to rock out, you know? Right now, we got Myles fighting back at the moment. So we are back from commercial break. We're already 15 minutes in. Christopher said there's only 2 places you can buy those £half cookies in Gideon's, a summer house on the lake and Lake Buena Vista. I don't think I've been to Lake Buena Vista. There is a big lake by Disney Springs. That might be Lake Buena Vista. I'm not sure. But yeah, the good thing about Disney Springs is it's free to enter. So if you've ever been to Florida and been to Disney, you'll know that obviously to get into the parks you need to pay, but you can just drive into Disney. You drive into Disney and just kind of be in like Disney, but if you drive into Disney, then go to Magic Kingdom, you got to pay to go into Magic Kingdom, or if you go to Animal Kingdom, you have to pay to go in. But they've got an area called Disney Springs that's shops and restaurants, and I'm trying to think if there's any... There is a Cirque du Soleil thing that's there. There is a House of Blues. So there is live music. But a lot of it is like just shops and restaurants, really. Yeah. There's a cinema. But yeah, it's there. And you can just go there. So every time I go, I tend to end up there at some point. But yeah, never had one of those things. Nice reversals. Myles Borne, drop kick. He goes down. Saquon. Oh, was that a 3? Oh, I thought that was a 3 then. Take over by Saquon. He's keeping Myles grounded. We got some very quick reversals between these two. Both bridging up. Lovely. He's looking for a backslide there by Myles. 2. No joy. Saquon. Duck underneath there by Myles. Saquon goes over into the corner. Kicks out at Myles. Feel like we've just clicked into a... Oh, mate. He's got such a good drop. That's a lovely sell. That is a lovely sell. That drop kick by Myles, that is... Look at this. I love all of this. I love the height on the drop kick, and I love the sell by Saquon where he just flops onto that top rope, bounces into the ring. Like, that sell is beautiful. The drop kick was beautiful. The sell was beautiful. That's some classy work. Right now, Myles. He's grabbing Saquon, hooks the leg. Yeah, plexes. Grabs a perfect plex there, does Myles. Now we got Dion trying to distract. Shot there by Myles. This was annoying last week as well, where we didn't actually... Oh, God, that looks so nice. Myles rolls out the ring. So, okay, we've got a real distraction. Dion with a chair. Okay, Saquon's like, no, bro, don't do that. I'm trying to win. You're going to get me DQ'd. Saquon gets pushed into Dion. Okay, down goes Saquon. Myles gets thrown into the ring steps. This is the ref's fault for allowing Dark State to be at ringsides. We did this last week where they were getting involved and it was quite annoying. 1, 2, 3. Okay, Myles gets the win. There's some lovely stuff in that match, you know. There's some really nice stuff in that match. I really love the drop kick. I really love the sell. I think it's spoiled a bit by Dark State being on the outside and kind of distracting and getting involved because they just shouldn't be there. And if they're going to get involved, referee should be like, you're out of there. But of course, this is wrestling. These things happen. You know, we are aware. But there was some stuff in there that I thought was cooking. I'd actually be down for them too, just having like a PLE match. No, you know, Dark State banned from ringside. Just let them cook. Borne Again gets it. Okay, Dion is talking with Saquon. Myles keeps the championship. Someone's calling out. Is that Tristan Angels? Yes, it is. Looks like we've called up Tristan Angels from Evolve. Order! Order! Is that Cam Hendricks? Cam Hendricks and Tristan Angels both have featured in Evolve. It looks like they're coming up. This is the Cam Hendricks show. Okay. Well, this is what we were tuning in for, to see the new arrivals, who it might be. It's all happening so fast, says Ran. Here's Kalani, here's Kendall. There's no friends here, says Kalani. I'm down for that. I just want to embarrass you tonight, says Kalani to Ren. Ren's someone that can absolutely step up. We're just looking at Tony. Not that she's bad or anything, but just give her more opportunity, you know. Doc Holiday said, Tristan Angels is a cream puff too. I thought we were reforming the Brood. I was getting them vibes. I thought Gangrel was back. Hannah said, it seems like there's many debuts in NXT. Wrestling has been unpredictable these past few weeks, but in the words of Hunter Hearst Helmsley, tonight begins a new era. It does have that air about it, actually. It does have that air about it. Myles. Okay, we've gone to commercial break. So we're at commercials. Speaking of Gangrel, he trained Nikki Blackhearts. Lovely. Okay, we're at commercials. We are 20-odd minutes in so far. Fine. I think that opening match was fine. Yeah, I thought it was a pretty pleasant watch. Do we think WWE should use Flammer on the main roster? I wouldn't use her on the main roster, but I'd be fine to use her in NXT. I don't think they're really looking to pitch AAA at the main roster level. Obviously, we've got talent going there so that people tune in to AAA. I suppose you could have the odd person come over and feature on the main roster to try and again sort of convince them to tune in to AAA, but I don't know. I think that having her in NXT and giving her people a reason to tune into NXT, she was a good talent. I'd be really down to see her do some stuff in NXT personally. So yeah, that seems to be the level they're kind of pitching it. It's that sort of NXT level. We've seen Jack Cartwheel go over there. We've seen Lola Vice go over there. We've seen like Mr. Iguana and Wagner Jr. and people come into NXT. So it all seems to be that sort of level. We know that there was talk of actually calling it NXT Mexico. They had that conversation. So we sort of know the level that they see it. But yeah, I like her a lot. That match with Bayley was a real eye-opening match for me. Robbie said Kalani feels like she's been surpassed by people like Kendall and Ren. She was on the call-up list last year at the time with Jada and Lola, and all three have been surpassed. Angel said, what happened with Vikingo supposedly going to the main roster? I thought that was going to happen. No, there was chat that he might find his way to that ladder match because of the fact that he was in a bit of a story with Penta. Penta obviously has been popping up in AAA. And so there was a thought that maybe he could get added to that ladder match, but that was it. I think if Vikingo comes into WWE, I wouldn't be shocked if he came into NXT. And did a little stuff in NXT. Maybe then kicks on from there and gets to the main roster. But I don't know. We're still learning this stuff, aren't we, really? I mean, obviously, we only kind of started working with AAA last year about 12 months ago. I feel like there's still so much more we could do with, the brands. There isn't loads of crossover, like with AAA coming over. We do send people to them, though, as we said. Ethan Page went over with Lola. Obviously, there's some main roster talent that's gone over as well with that Mexican heritage. You see a lot of the kind of that talent kind of being used to boost the AAA roster. I think really to make it more unmissable because they're competing against CMLL, aren't they? So they're really throwing some weight behind AAA. So it's kind of interesting, but no word on anyone coming over at the moment from AAA. Vikingo would feel like the one, though, if we was going to move someone over. But as was pointed out, Flammer's very impressive. Okay, we're back from commercial break. Doc Holiday said, I think Bailey Humphrey in NXT is confirmed with Blake leaving. Her with Vanity Project from last week is going to continue. Mackenzie said, who's going to step up to Tony tonight? We're going to find out. Imagine if it's Evil. That'd be sick. US Bank Stadium. Okay. Here comes Tony. Is that that's the segment we're getting now, actually. Tony making his way out. Who steps up to Tony D'Angelo? Okay, opening match, good 94. Tony D'Angelo then making his way down to the ring. The current NXT champ, not long into his reign. Kind of feel like he needs to have a few bangers under his belt, actually. I mean, I think whoever's stepping up, I don't feel like they're getting the belt from him. Is it going to be some young talent that wants to just show what they're about? Is it someone from his past like Stax? But then Stax hasn't done anything to warrant a title match. I don't know, it's hard, isn't it? Who the flip? Keanu Carver? As a challenge, as a test? Josh Briggs? Competitors come and go. There's not a man tough enough to kick me off this mountain. Oh, yeah, he got that box. I've got Keanu Carver side-eyeing me. Okay, well, we're really focused on this box then. It was a warning. Lights have gone out. Okay, here we go. I can't wait to find out who this is. Tony had a box. Tony had a box last week. It had Japanese writing on it. I can't tell if it is evil. I mean, it could be the guy from Noah. It's badass entrance gear. It is evil. I've not been able to see his face. There is an evil chant that's breaking out. He's kept himself covered so far. He's given a gift over to Tony. And it is evil! There we go! Evil is in the ring! Evil is in the ring! Wow, didn't know if he was going to Raw or if he was going to go to SmackDown, but he's here in NXT. He gives a gift over to Tony. That's a big addition to the NXT roster. He really could have been on his way to the main roster. Oh. Now what's happening? Now we got someone else coming in. It's Tavian Heights, who looks like he's changed his hair. I like the who's in the ring? What's going on? Who's in the ring? Who's in the ring? I don't even know who this is. What the hell's going on? I don't even know who is that guy. This is bonkers. All of this is bonkers. Everything I'm watching is bonkers. There's no way that's a fan. No way that's a fan. They would not have cut to him if that was a fan. But I don't know who it is. Certainly don't recognize him from Evolve. Yeah, God, this is crazy. Absolutely crazy. I mean, the big headline is Evil is here in NXT. Word was that his arrival was imminent. Crazy, mate. Need to know who the flip that fan was, though, or who that person was. Okay, now we've got Tatum and Shiloh. Oh, they're burying Blake. This is a banging episode, mate. Absolutely banging. At least now I don't have to hear her voice. I hope her soul finds peace. Oh, there's nothing like a good burial, is there? Is this, are we teasing a romantic relationship here? Shiloh said he's got a big match with Ricky. Biggest match of his life. You're going to kill it. And that's nice. She's lying next to her friend that she just buried. Wow, that was a pretty bonkers 5 minutes, wasn't it? Blumming hell. Mackenzie said, who's next? Takahashi or Naito? Well, there's no word on Naito. There has been word on Takahashi that he is coming in. It was Takahashi and Evil. So I would think Takahashi would be next, but yeah, I don't know how you lot saw that it was Evil. I mean, I didn't see his face at any point until he revealed it. I don't know the body shape of the other guy, so I was sort of like, I'm not sure. But yes, yeah, Evil is in NXT. I mean, they did say it was imminent. And we spoke about that earlier, didn't we? That's happened before with like Karrion Kross, where news comes out that this person's coming. And then literally later that night, they arrive on whatever show it was. And that's exactly what happened today. So today we had word that Evil was coming to WWE imminently. And then fast forward later on the show, there he is on NXT. So yeah, good, exciting. No idea who that other person was that they tried to make out was a fan. I kind of like them doing that though, because there will be some out there going, was that a fan? Was that a fan? But there's no way they would have cut to him. You know, obviously, there's no way they would have cut to him. I think that would have been really interesting if they didn't cut to him. They just stayed on Evil, and you just saw someone. Because you saw him kind of climb up on the top rope in the background. And then if we'd cut away and just focused on Evil, even I would be sat here going, what was that? But because they cut to him, it's like, no. That was clearly part of the plan. But I don't know who it is. I certainly don't believe I've seen him in Evolve. Jack said, UK wrestler will... Cruz, his awesome. Oh, is that his name? His name is Will Cruz. Will Cruz. Let's have a look at him. Ah, here he is. Will Cruz. Oh, is he Progress? Wow. I haven't heard about him. I haven't even heard of him. Yeah, don't even know that he's. Didn't even know, I haven't even heard that he's signed or anything, but I mean, they were doing lots of tryouts. Perhaps he came from the same tryout as Lizzy. Perhaps he's kind of come through that. Certainly not seen him on Evolve. So they've just clearly brought him. But then saying that, Lizzy didn't go to Evolve either. He's 29. He's British. And ICW, PWC, Progress. Okay. Interested? He's got a bit of size to him as well, hasn't he? So, let's go. He's been in Progress since 2022. Oh, and he's been wrestling in Noah. Cruz often wrestles for Noah. He made his first appearance in 2024 where he fell short to Inamura. So this dude has faced Inamura, who obviously we had in NXT. Interesting. Very good. Well, there we go. We're all learning. We're all being introduced to this new talent. Obviously, we don't know if that's the name he'll go by in WWE. Just like how they didn't show Evil's name. I think the belief is that he won't be known as Evil in WWE either. Here's Birthright. Sean knows how to start a new era, unlike Triple H, said Mackenzie. Well, it really feels that way, doesn't it? I mean, 40 minutes, it's like, here's Tristan Angels, here's Evil, here's this dude from Progress, who I forgot his name of, called Will. Yeah, I mean, it is like... And we've still got the Lizzy Rain debut, which is the one debut we were most excited for anyway. Jared said, shouldn't they have done the video package before they revealed that Blake was going to SmackDown so that Blake gets the last laugh? Yeah, I suppose, though, like, it can be hard to line stuff up, you know? That Blake character's kind of done with NXT. I think they just want to tell the story they want to tell, and whatever she does on the main roster, she does on the main roster. Okay, we got Birthright in the ring then. There's no such thing as a slow news day when you're the fastest man alive. I forgot he was speed champion. Lexis King, speed champion. That Will Cross, that's an interesting... I mean, Evil and Will Cross, or Will Cruz, or however you say his name, very interesting. That's a great boost to the men's division. Okay, here's Ariana backstage. Okay, so here is EK Prosper. Prosper's in there, unloading on Birthright. Ariana Grace getting out the ring. They're jumping on EK Prosper. Sean Legacy coming down. He's been out with a bit of an injury recently, so Sean Legacy back. So Sean Legacy back. Yeah, Legacy's back. Legacy in there with Prosper. Is this going to lead to a tag match? Stacks to the outsides. Sean Legacy, EK Prosper. There's a referee in the ring. Definitely feels like this is leading to a tag match, probably against Connors and Stacks, and the bell has sounded. Okay. We got some legacy chants from the fans. Scottish Chris said, this NXT episode has been fire so far. Patrick said, this feels like the Raw after Mania. It's bonkers, isn't it? I agree, it's been so much fun. Loving some of the new additions. I really want to know more about that Will Cruz. One thing that I don't understand is why does Triple H have to jump through hoops with TKO, but Sean has just got full control to run it how he wants? Well, it's because it's much lower down the food chain, isn't it? You know, the deal for NXT, I think, is worth like 20-some million a year on CW Network. Whereas for Raw, we're talking about the Netflix deal being like $1 billion. It's just a completely different ballpark. TKO aren't worried about NXT. It's too far down the food chain. Stump coming in there by EK. I miss Adrenaline Drip, said Robbie. They were a great team. They were. Jared is chanting for NXT. Carr said, do we think we get Noam Dar tonight? Well, that would be great because he showed up, didn't he, at a house show the other day. So he is also back from injury. Tell you what, though, it's a very different environment, isn't it? Do you remember? Oof. He was part of Metaphor, which was Lash Legend, Jakara Jackson, Noam Dar, and Oro Mensah. Well, Oro Mensah's gone, Jakara Jackson's gone, Lash Legend has been promoted. That group broke up, though. I mean, like, he did a few bits, and then he got injured. So, I mean, that group did break up before he got injured, but we never really got going with him as a solo star. Still feel like Metaphor was the last big thing that he was doing. So it'd be good to get him back and actually see how we use him. He's been in the system a long time. I want to say he's been in for like nearly 10 years. I'm sure he came through that Cruiserweight tournament. He's kind of been in WWE. He's doing a bit of an Apollo Crews here, Noam Dar. Chop coming in. Do you know, actually, Tyler Bate and Pete Dunne are as well, because both of them were in the United Kingdom tournament, which I want to say was like 2017 when we first started that tournament. I mean, we were doing some one-off shows before they announced NXT UK. So I think like they're sneaking up to being within the system like 9 years now, 10 years next year. Crazy, isn't it? It's a long time, that is. Noam Dar is the new Apollo Crews, said Tribal Chief. Bring back the Heritage Cup, says Pie. Word Life Cena fan said, Daze, since Blake lost to a casket match, she should debut on SmackDown as a darker version. It's treated as a new beginning, isn't it? There's not really a continuation, if you will. If you go up to the main roster, you just start again. Bang. Drop kick. To the outsides. Against the ropes goes Legacy. He collides into Connors. Legacy grabbing Connors, chucking him in the ring. Jeff Frick said, have you seen that Dave has responded to Kyrie's tweet? No, I have not. What's he say? I might have to do another flipping unseen, mightn't I? What's he said? As he said, you're in Japan and you wanted to go there. Stop making me look foolish. Is it something like that? Sean Legacy is down at the moment. Leg drop there by Stacks. Tag being made. In comes Connors. Oh, yeah, man. Blake Monroe has commented. Blake Monroe, these two are a match made in heaven. Blake said, mind you, I'm in the ground right now. So there we go. She must be sending that message from inside the grave. But there's Tatum lying next to Blake Monroe. Okay, right now we got Stacks trying to reach over and make the tag. In comes Connors. Evil starting in NXT is his request. That coming from Corey of bodyslam.net. So it was Dorian Van Dukes that got attacked backstage. Evil arrives in NXT. There'll be a lot of excitement around that. He wanted to go there first. I think that's great. I've got so much respect to him for that. Okay, we're back from commercial break to the outsides. Connors, Stacks, Chop coming in. Connors is climbing up. I was looking for that Dave Meltzer message, wasn't I? I didn't say she walked away. I just said this was the reason that WWE gave for the release. Interesting. So yeah, he's saying, well, this is what I was told. Bang! Down goes Connors. Well, I tell you what, it's good news for Kyrie. It was the right thing for her to do to put that message out. Okay, EK rolls through, clothesline. Kick coming in there by EK. He charges over, grabs the leg of Stacks. Single leg drop kick. EK goes into a DDT. Right now, we got EK going over against the ropes. Down goes Stacks and Connors. EK on fire. Michinoku driver. Kick coming in. Tell you what, it's a lovely pace to this match. Enziguri kick there by Stacks. Grabs the leg. Over in the corner. Tag being made. Roll up. No. Chucks him in the corner. Top rope Enziguri. Picks him up. Bang. Drives him down. Connors is in the air. Swanton connects. 1, 2. Legacy makes the save. Legacy makes the save. Legacy against the ropes. Over the top to the outsides. Shot coming in there by Legacy. Super kick coming in there by Connors. Fans are chanting, this is awesome. Against the ropes again. Spanish Fly. Didn't feel like there was enough momentum for a Spanish Fly, but he delivered it. Right now, going up, EK. Boah! Got him up on the shoulders. Sean Legacy. Blimey now. 1, 2, 3. Legacy gets it. Pretty fun match, honestly. Pretty good pace. Fans applauding away. They appreciate it. Right now, the rest of Birthright get in. Start beating up on EK and Legacy. What a match, says Fim. Is anyone else going to come down and help him out? Yeah. Is that Tate Wilder? Tate Wilder from Evolve comes down. Tate Wilder in the ring. Sling blades. Shots coming in there by Stacks. Tate, I'm not sure he got much of that, but whatever. Okay, there's just a big scramble going on. So many new faces tonight. Love that Evil debut, said Dr. Luchalala. Okay, we got Jada, we got Thea. Here's Callie. You're scared. Okay, we got Callie stepping up to Jada. Yeah, I'm here for Callie and Jada. I'm definitely here for that. Callie and Jade are getting right in each other's faces. I'm here for it. Daze, my 4-year-old son Lennon wants to say hello and tell you he's a huge fan of Unseen, says Tracy. Hello, Lennon. Hope you're doing well, my friends. I appreciate all the support and hope you are enjoying wrestling at the moment. Lots going on. I might need to do another Unseen after this. Blimey, now there's so much going on. You know, Evil just arriving. We heard that he was on the way, but yeah, showing up on this show. Obviously, Kairi Sane coming out with another message. So that's obviously very interesting. So yeah, it's been a busy day today, actually, in regards to news. There's lots happening. So yeah, Lennon, I really appreciate it, but I hope you're having a good day. And there's lots of fun being had on NXT. Thea was attempting to be the voice of reason there, said Jennifer. Well, I'm not sure how well that worked. This has been an incredible NXT, said Robbie. Daze, isn't it ironic that the releases came at a time when a wrestler named Evil arrives? Would the Wyatts be back? I'm not expecting the Wyatts to come back. I don't think they can use the Evil name as well, so I'm expecting that to change. But yeah, I'm very much looking forward to seeing what he does in NXT. Tribal Chief, are we doing a breakdown? No, we don't tend to do breakdowns for NXT. We tried to do them for like the bigger shows. This was just a normal episode. This isn't even NXT Revenge or anything like that. This is just a normal episode, so no. I think what I will do after this, though, is probably another Unseen, which is, you know, an emergency Unseen, which is very not planned. Was not part of the plan, but I do feel like there's probably enough there to get an episode, so yeah, crazy. And we're still not done yet, are we? I mean, everything we've just had is hour 1. We've still got another hour. This is one of those episodes that feels very, very significant. This feels like a big press of a reset button. This is a little bit like when we started NXT 2.0, and it was just this big refresh, this big kind of change. This is a big refresh. There's a lot of new faces that have come in. Tristan Angels, Cam Hendricks, Evil, Will Cruz, Tate Wilder. There's probably others I'm forgetting. We're obviously going to see Lizzy Rain for the first time tonight as well. Doc Holiday said, that's it. I've had it. I can't be quiet no longer. Daze, we need a Wrestling Daze car in the NASCAR circuit. We need your face right on the hood. I think a lot of people would say my face doesn't belong in NASCAR, but maybe belongs in a Destruction Derby where it's on the bonnet and you actually see it getting smashed. And I think there would be a lot of people that would tune in to see that. I think it'd be very good for their ratings. But I'm not sure many would agree that I belong in NASCAR. Wrestle with Andy said, Daze, would we ever go to Mania? Even if it was just for WWE Worlds. I want to go back to American after next year, says Andy. Andy, I hope you well, but my concern would be that a British WWE Worlds would not be the full experience. I feel like if we do WrestleMania over here, I think we're getting shortchanged, right? I just do. I don't think they're going to fly over all the fun artifacts and all that kind of stuff. I think it would be a slightly scaled down version. You'd have all the superstar signings, of course, and Mattel would come over and bring their stuff, but I don't know. I don't know that it'd be the full experience that you get in America. So yeah, I might have to go to America to actually go to it. Yeah, it's not out the realms of possibility, honestly. Because I could go to WWE Worlds and then just stream WrestleMania from an Airbnb. And that'd be great. That'd be no problem whatsoever. Premium live events are coming to CW beginning this summer. But I don't have your kind of money, Andy. I can't be going to WrestleMania every year, buying those expensive tickets, drinking the finest champagne, gambling until the early hours, going to the finest strip joints. I don't have that sort of revenue in my life, so I can't say it's on the agenda, but yeah, I could probably, you know, go 1 year to WWE Worlds and then just stream from like an Airbnb or something outside the stadium. I'll set a little desk up outside the stadium with a laptop. Okay, we're just looking back last week when Izzy Dame stepped up to Lola. NXT did a great job with a new debut and new talents, especially Evil from New Japan, said Flex. Okay, take Wilder. It's time to let me loose. Okay, here's Lola. It just takes a little bit of too long for the music to kick in, I think. We just watched her walk backstage. She came out, got to the ring steps, and it only kicks in then. Okay, we got Lola in the ring. This is going to be the start of hour number 2. I feel sorry for you. No excuses. I'm going to be the realest champion this place has ever seen. Come out here and show me what you've got. Okay, here's Sean Legacy. There's a big cheer, and that makes me think Izzy Dame might be in the ring. Oh, yeah, she is. She's not alone, though. There's another big cheer. Oh, it's Mr. Iguana. Mr. Iguana's here. Mr. Iguana, we were talking about AAA talent coming over. Mr. Iguana in there. Obviously, these two are the mixed tag champions. Iguana. There was a big cheer, man. People were thrilled to see Mr. Iguana, weren't they? Okay, we got Dion with Saquon. You've been acting really weird as of late. We did it your way. We've done it your way. It didn't work. Okay, looks like Osiris and Cutler are going to get tag titles, or try. Okay, well, Dark State haven't... Oh! She's taking on Nikita Lyons. Lizzy Rain next. Yeah, man, let's go. Lizzy Rain next. Excited. Lizzy Rain is next. I miss when Cutler was just saying weird stuff, said Glockness. Dion Lennox really looks the goods, said Shining Wizards. I think burnt steaks are gonna split up soon, says Rob. Great episode of NXT so far. Yes, I agree. Very good. Right, we have got Lizzy Rain versus Nikita Lyons. I'm really looking forward to seeing the entrance, the graphics, whatever Def Rebel have cooked up. They can cook up some good stuff from time to time. And this better be good. Really good, though. Really fun, though. Okay, commercial break. Have you watched the Hogan documentary yet? No. I just haven't really had time, to be honest. It is on my to-do list, but it's quite long, isn't it? It's like 4 hours. It's 4 episodes. So it is on my to-do list. What do they say when they are muted for us outside the US? I don't know. Yeah, they do mute sometimes, don't they? Like when they come back from commercial break and we are just looking at the crowds. It's weird, that is. We get these shots where we just see the crowds and they're sat there looking bored. And I think in America, you're probably having CW things being promoted, like join us tomorrow on CW for blah, blah, blah. But we don't hear it and we don't see it. Instead, we just see the crowd and silence where they're just sat there like this. Or they might like turn to each other going, oh. Okay. And you've just got this weird shot of the crowd and nothing's happening for like 20, 30 seconds. But I'd imagine it's promotion for CW Network. We get Michael Cole trying to sell us more merch during those times, said the Beach Kevin. Aww. I wish we were seeing that. Pie said Lizzy Rain looks like Sarah Sherman from Saturday Night Live. We pretty much saw the whole Hogan documentary, said Johnny, at WrestleMania. That's true. That's true. Carr said Daze, maybe we get the Cullen versus Loda and Mr. Iguana. I can see that. I agree. I don't know when the next show is, like big show. Perhaps they could book it just for next week though, couldn't they? But obviously we're past Stand and Deliver now. I'm not sure what's next. Okay, Lizzy coming up next. We're just at commercial break. We got 50 minutes left to go. Finn said, I was only going to stay up to see Lizzy, but this show has been excellent. I'm going to stick around for the whole show. Honestly, what a great show to tune into if you don't normally watch NXT. Because this is very much just a hard reset. This is like introducing quite a few new people. There, here we go. This bit right here. What are you watching now? We're just seeing the crowds. There's some very regal sounding music. Is Prince Charles coming out? Oh my God, if Charles comes out, King Charles, I'm going to freak. Never, ever. Wow, they actually have got her saying some stuff before she comes out. Wow, big entrance as well. Love the graphic. Yeah, it's the same music we heard actually last week as the backing for the... Yeah, love the graphics in the backgrounds. It's got loads of energy to it, which really is a lot like her. Rock on, man, says Booker. Yeah, man, Lizzy Rain has arrived. And the crowd are pretty amped up as well. I'm surprised they brought her out first. I thought they'd probably bring her out second, like after Nikita, but obviously it doesn't matter. But yeah, I mean, that seemed to connect with the crowds. The music was the same music that was used in the background for the trailer last week. The kind of hype package to let us know she was going to debut. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. I like the graphics and everything. So, Lizzy Rain has arrived. That's a nice impression, actually, from Nikita. Your heavy metal vibe. I'm not going to let new girls like you jump the line. Yeah. She did a good impression, actually. Oh, yeah. No, I'm fully signed up as a full-blown... I'm a full-blown Lizzy Rain stan now. This is a Lizzy Rain stan account. I was a Tyra May Steele stan, and WWE did me dirty. Now I'm a Lizzy Rain stan. Okay, Lizzy Rain, kipping up. Look at the wide-eyed kind of look that she's got as well. Like, Chop coming in. Booker has not stopped smiling since he saw Mr. Iguana. Duck underneath. Off that rope. Nice. Back elbow there by Lizzy. Lizzy up. Charging over. Back elbow again. Love the gritted teeth. I feel like she's giving a lot from her facial expressions. Straight out of the gate here. Crossbody gets caught. Concern on the face of Lizzy. Oh, that was pretty moody, actually, from Nikita slamming Lizzy down. Oh, big boot. Lizzy down, forearms coming in there by Nikita. Okay, Nikita back up on her feet. Lizzy getting back up to her feet, going over to the corner. Love the selling. It's like a Superman punch coming in there from Nikita. Nikita in control right now. Lizzy being dragged over to the other corner. She's smashing her face first into that turnbuckle. Lizzy goes down. Slumped in the corner. She's trying to fight back. Shot to the midsection. Shot coming in there by Nikita. Lizzy Rain. Chants coming from the crowd. You gotta say, pretty good work so far from Nikita, actually. Shot coming in there by Lizzy, and again, kind of stopping Nikita in her tracks. It didn't look brilliant, but going for a cover to kick out. Lizzy, middle of the ring. Sleeper hold is in there by Nikita. It's like a $1 million dream. A Nikita Lion's dream. Lizzy's up though. Duck underneath over the other side. Against the ropes. Boot coming in there by Lizzy. Kick comes in. Oh, Lizzy with a kick of her own, actually. Lizzy, clothesline. Down goes Nikita. She's coming back into it now. Another clothesline. Nice. Oh, look at that. Into a cutter. That was nice. Look at the facials. Look at the attitude. Look at the charisma. Chops coming in. Okay, those chops don't look too bad. Lizzy Rain. Lizzy Rain. Liz. Ah, she's spamming them. We're just pressing the button. Ah! She's got her up on her shoulders. No joy. Nikita trying to fight back. Kick coming in. Giving this match time, aren't they? Scooping her up. Oh, driver. 1, 2. Kick out by Lizzy. Nikita playing her part in this, you know. Right now, Lizzy being dragged over to the corner. Kick coming in. Do you know, it's a simple little matchup, but I like it a lot, actually, where Nikita's like, I'm not going to let you come in. Just skip the queue. So Nikita's got a point to prove. Lizzy's here to prove she belongs. Jumps over the top, roll through. Middle of the ring, charges in. Bit of an uppercut. It was maybe a little sloppy, but it got the job done. Again, look at the facial expressions. Straight back up, in the corner. Nice. Charging over. Big boot. Thunderstruck. Lizzy Rain gets the win with her finishing move, Thunderstruck. Oh, every one of her moves needs to be named after, like, flipping songs and albums. This is her finishing move, the Master of Puppets. Ride the lightning. Bang, big boot, look at that. Hits her with Black Sabbath. She's fun, man. The Maiden of Metal. Oh, there's so much you can do, isn't there, with this kind of character. Yeah, good. Maybe not everything was picture perfect, but for a first time appearance, the energy, the excitement, like the facial expressions, the selling. Let's see what you thought. Get your scores in. Lizzy Rain has arrived. We got Myles and Tavian. Keanu Carver. This place is full of sharks. And they're circling. Here's Kalani. This has been another excellent NXT, said Shining Wizards. Carver is overrated, said Scottish Chris. Ultimate Superfan of Alexis said, so is Lizzy like a rock star woman? She is, yeah. She's into that sort of heavy metal, that heavy rock, but it's not just like a style of music that she's into. It's kind of, it's her culture, it's her brand, it's her identity. Okay, Daze, my first time watching NXT, and this is better than the main roster. Yeah, I mean, honestly, 2025, I think we were pretty much in agreement that it was the best brand. It was the best show. I think that, obviously, since they lost Javon and Oba and all of them at the start of the year, 2026 feels like it's been a bit more of a mixed bag to me, actually. It doesn't feel like it's landed quite as well as it did last year. But this is excellent tonight. This is, but you can't, this is not normal though, is it? This is like a hard reset. This is like new faces and not knowing what's happening next. And, you know, you're not going to get that every single week, of course. But, yeah, fun. Unless you guys have other ideas that Lizzy can call her fans, said Suzanne. Lizzy Rain needs to bring a Headbangers Ball match, said Mr. B Lights. NXT is usually more watchable than the main shows, said Empower. 2 women's matches back to back. It puts the lotion on the skin. I'm sorry. RWB said, I'm hearing there's going to be more cuts this week. That was the rumor. Apparently at the developmental level. Obviously, we don't know if that's true, but that is what was being reported. NXT's better than Monday Night Raw, said Mikey MC. NXT brings great surprises indeed, said Flex. I'm already liking Lizzy, said Suzanne. Kalani's okay, but she does need to pick up her clothes. We have them folded, says Pi. Daze, why is this got like a 2.0 energy? The show feels like the reset button. Lizzy debuting is the exact kind of new face, new vibe, new direction moment that's defined. Well, I think the NXT 2.0 reset was probably the harshest reset I've seen in NXT history. I mean, obviously every year we lose people and every year we bring some new faces in. But I think it's kind of rare to lose so many people. I mean, if you think of who we've lost this year with Oba, Javan, you know, we don't need to go down the list, and that loads of people. I mean, like, we actually started this show with Robert Stone and Shawn Michaels and Matt Bloom sat round a table going, you know, my phone's been blowing up. There's people trying to get to NXT. Like, the amount of people that we've just lost that have moved on, that are going to achieve great things, you know, I mean, it's sizable. I wouldn't say it's every year that we have this amount of kind of loss when it comes to NXT. So it does feel like probably the closest we've been since we started 2.0, because 2.0 was probably the other big refresh. You know, that's when we really started getting going with Carmelo, Tony, Andre Chase, you know, those kinds of names. Sol Ruka, I think, came through at that time. These kinds of names all kind of came through around the same time. And it feels like we've done exactly that this time, where it's a sizable amount of change. So very exciting. Very exciting. And I can't wait to see kind of how it all settles down and where we go and who's going to feud with who. And it's good. I mean, Evil is I'm amazed we didn't have that as our final moment, to be honest. That was another part of the reason where I was like, wasn't quite sure, because I mean, it was like 20 odd minutes into the show and we're bringing Evil out. I would have thought that would have been the final thing we finished on. It does make me wonder, with like half an hour still to go, who else is going to come out. In the background, we can see some Evolve talent. Riggins is back there. Jasper Troy's back there as well. I can conquer anything. There's Wendy Chu, current Evolve Women's Champ. You want a date so bad? How about me and you next week? I'll be like, no, thank you. You're not really my type. You're not really my type. Okay, here's Ren Sinclair. I've enjoyed Nikita in that match. She is looking better than Lizzy, but it was still a decent debut, said Wrestle Rants. I think Nikita's really improved. I've kind of been enjoying what she's been doing in Evolve as well. Okay, Ren is in the ring. It says you can use the QR code on screen and you can join us live in person. But I didn't have a QR code. Okay, right now we got Kalani all over Ren. This is not a speed match. I was going to say I don't believe it's a speed match. There's certainly no clock. Nikita has improved more than Jada. They need to push Nikita more, said Meeks. Linda said, Daze on Bishop. I graduated on Thursday. Congrats. I'll have an associate's degree in electronic media. Bishop, congrats, my friends. Big brain. Bishop, big brain. Dr. Luchalala said, I didn't see a QR code. I don't think we all got it. Okay, Kalani getting back up. Back elbow there by Kalani. Grabbing Ren, taking her over. Ren down. Ren trying to find a way of getting back up. Iron sharpens iron, says Booker. Ren is keeping Kalani grounded. Kalani flips over again. Ren keeping her down. Ren keeps grabbing head scissors. And keeping Kalani down. Kendall Gray on the outside offering support. Right now, Kalani grabbing the leg of Ren. Headlock there by Ren. It's a good opportunity, this, for Ren. I mean, she's a really good talent. Shoulder tackle there by Ren. Again, going over the other side. Oh, looking for a pin. No, reversed one. No. Doc Holiday said, Daze Vanity Project confirmed with all these UK wrestlers joined NXT. Me to Vanity Project. I didn't know what you were saying then. 1, 2. No, I think there's enough British people in NXT right now. What commentary is this? What the hell is going on? Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Yes. That's the guitar music I love. Shot coming in by Kalani. She grabs Ren. She's got her over, trying to smash her into the corner. Back elbow. Ding, 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 ding. Ren going over against the ropes. Shoulder tackle, down goes Kalani. Ren. Whoa. Here we go. 1, 2. No joy. No joy. Ren back up on her feet. In the corner goes Ren. Shot to the back there by Kalani. Ren is on that middle rope. Kalani, whoop. Shot coming in there by Ren. Oh, kick there by Ren as Kalani goes to the outside. Ren with a missile drop kick. Down goes Kalani. Okay, Ren is saying she's okay. She's a bit worried about that knee, though. She does actually look concerned. Yeah, no, I think she's worried. We're staying with the action here. She did she's going over. She looked really frustrated. She's carrying on. She gives a little grimace on her face there. She gets back in the ring. Ren hit that ground hard, said the Beach Kevin. Yeah. Looks like we're going for a bit of a Black Widow. Yeah. She's trying to get it. She's trying to get it in. She's trying to get that leg hooked around. It is behind. I mean, now Ren's getting stretched in all kinds of directions here. Oh, she's trying to get her over. 1, 2. She's back up. Hobbling over. Yeah. Ren charges in. Goes up. She goes down on that knee. She's done a really good job of making me think that knee is in pain. But the fact that Kalani is targeting it makes me think it can't be. If there was some real damage to that knee, the ref would be telling Kalani to leave it alone. Kalani is not. So, I mean, it must be Ren selling. And if she is just selling, I mean, she's done a fantastic job. She's done a fantastic job of selling the knee. It's a lovely little thing to get you into this match, you know. It's a lovely little thing that makes you look and go, oh. Kalani putting pressure on it. The selling is good, says Sempher. She's grabbing, still working on the knees here. Bang, goes down and Ren screams out in pain. Ren trying to get over to the corner. We got just over a minute left. Kalani is uber athletic. She's just a bit boring as a character, said WrestleRants. What's Alexa Bliss selling? Some hugs and kisses. I'm trying to think. Have we seen Alexa Bliss? Did we see? We didn't see her on Monday, did we? Kit coming in. Probably see her on Friday. Oh, they had problems with Fatal Influence, didn't they? Oh, I don't think she's going to be dishing out hugs and kisses to them on Friday. Kalani coming over. Oh, again kicking out of the leg. The leg buckles. Down goes Ren. Again, she's got that leg and really targeted it. Really targeted him. 20-odd seconds left to go. Kalani comes over, tells Kendall to stop offering advice to Ren. I wonder what we're setting up for. What's the big ending to this NXT? Why did I can't figure out why they didn't have Evil coming out at the end to confront Tony. I don't know why they didn't end with that. They're just showing missile dropkick. The landing didn't look that bad. We've still got Shiloh against Ricky Saints. Shiloh against Ricky Saints still coming up. 1, 2, kick out. Shiloh, Ricky, said Alex Bliss Gamer. Maybe there'll be more chaos to end the night, said Dr. Luchalala. Well, we are seated. We're back from commercial break. Ah, chop block. That was moody, mate. Chop block was moody. Right now, Kalani gets knocked to the outsides. Kendall's out there. Oh, Kalani went for a chop block. Ren moved out the way. Big chop coming in. And again, Ren. I feel like this match has been going on for ages. Another clothesline. Duck underneath. Ren. Clothesline. Kalani goes down. Ren trying to get the crowd on sides. She's trying to get a bit of feeling back in that leg. Charges over. Collides into Kalani. Butterfly. Lovely. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Got to stay on the gas, said Booker. Yeah. Looking for another butterfly suplex. No joy. Kick coming in there by Kalani. She's got her up on her shoulders. Oh, Ren lands on her feet. Gets the ropes. Roll up. 1, 2. Kick out. Grimace on the face there as Ren goes over against the ropes. Kalani to the outsides. Another kick to the knee. She's going to go up into... Oh, that was lovely. That was a lovely cutter. I thought she was just going to go for a DDT. Ren is down. Kalani is up. Could be the end. Oh, no. Knees up. 1, 2. Oh. Knees up there by Ren. Shot coming in there to Kalani. The final wrench, but her leg gave out. She tried to flip over to get that final wrench in. Angle. Oof. Ren down. This will be the end, surely. Split leg moonsault. Ren got a little bit too close to the corner there, it felt. Kalani had a bit of a job to hit that split leg moonsault, but she did, and she wins. Okay. Ren's knee gave out. Okay, people enjoyed the Lizzy Rain match. I think that last match was fun as well. Better luck next time, Ren, said the Beach Kevin. Okay, here's Zarya. Oh, a surfboard. I wondered what it was. Yeah, Sol Ruka's surfboard on fire. It's very dramatic, isn't it? Oh, there's Sol. This is dramatic, isn't it, Plumbing now? This is AI. Very dramatic. My God. I don't know, Matt. I don't know how people are going to feel about this. I think the visuals look amazing, but it's clearly AI. I think it was amazing. I think it looked really good, but I don't know that people are going to be fond of it. I hate AI. Slop said weird flex. Daze, could we see Shiloh beat Ricky tonight? In my opinion, he should. Shiloh would benefit from it. I think he could. I mean, we know that Ricky's going to the main roster. It doesn't take any talent to make AI slot. Yeah. And yet she was the... I believe we are. If Kalani wasn't dating Carmelo, do we think she would still be in WWE? I think so. She's very athletic. I think she seems to have hit a bit of a glass ceiling, though. I mean, she seemed to be making quite good progress at the beginning. And we seem to hit a glass ceiling. Now they've tried to make her a heel, and we're kind of digging into that, but I don't know. I don't know that we've kind of made any more progress. So it's an interesting one, actually. I feel like there is something there still. But there's clearly some more work that needs to be done. There was a bit of lag. Oh, no, I don't have any lag. Jennifer said the visuals are good, promo is good. The problem is AI is rough. Who cares if it's AI, said Jordan. Well, I mean, there are people that care if it's AI or not. Obviously, everyone's entitled to their own opinions. We know in the wrestling fan base, there's not like 100% agreement on anything. So I think it's fine if people like it. I think it's fine if people don't. But yeah, there will be probably split opinion on that. Okay, we are at commercial break. 20 minutes left to go. Some say that Daze is completely AI, said Scottish Chris. I don't think AI could generate anything this cute, to be honest, so that should be the giveaway. They traded Mello for Ricky on SmackDown, said the one. Dr. Luchalala said, what are we doing with Ilya and Mello on SmackDown? Too talented to be in catering, along with Fraxium. Well, hopefully we find out on Friday. Ilya was in that Andre Battle Royal, wasn't he? That was frustrating. Steve said this show has just flown by. James said the last time WWE used AI was on Dominic, and it ended up giving AEW free advertising. I wonder if it did there as well. Imagine if there was a little shout out to AEW in there as I think when them waves were kind of crashing, I'm sure I saw Tony Khan in the background on a surfboard. I'm sure I did. I think AI once again just doffing the cap to AEW. Joe said he meant your AI. That's an imbecile. Ha 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 ha. I could believe that. I could believe that. Angel said, Daze, would you let Daze AI stream for you? Yeah, absolutely. Why not? It would probably make a lot more sense. So, sure. Robert Stone has just put a tweet out. Welcome to NXT, Lizzy Rain. Yeah. Good picture. I want that picture. I want to meet Lizzy and I want to do that and I want her to stick her tongue out. I want that exact picture. It's great, isn't it? She's a good addition, man. Really good. I'm excited to see what's next for her. The Mrs. LA home sold for 7.4 million. Is that a different home that he's got? Blimey now. He's done well, isn't he? He's done well in life. Okay, next week, there we go. Mixed tag match. Mr. Iguana and Lola against Izzy Dame and Nico Vance. So that match going down next week. Next week. Also, we got Callie against Jay. Oh, I'm here for that. That'll be a lot of fun. Jackson Drake takes on Jasper Troy next week as well. Lizzie will make a great figure, said Red. That's true, actually. That's true. She will. Shiloh making his way down then. Shiloh versus Ricky. Shiloh in the main event of this week's NXT. It's a main event spotlight for Shiloh. Toothless aggression. Toothless aggression, baby, said Alex. Okay. Here's Ricky. Maybe for the final time. Bam. 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 Okay, Ricky Saints making his way down to the ring. It might be for the final time. I'm not sure. I mean, there have been examples where they do carry on doing some NXT matches for a little bit after being called up. Put some respect on this, man. Booker going off, man. Booker going off. The Lizzy action figure will be great, said Wrestle Andy. Angel said Ricky's NXT farewell match. Shots coming in there by Ricky. Shiloh over in the court. Big chop coming in. Big chop. Boots coming in there by Ricky. Shiloh down in the corner. We got 14 minutes left of this week's NXT. It's been a really fun NXT. We've had some really great in-ring action. We've had call-ups. It's just been such an easy watch. Chop coming in there by Shiloh. Ricky screaming out in pain on that. You lot said that Kalani Ren match was great. It gets great. 54. Stomp coming in there by Ricky. Okay, right now Shiloh, middle of the ring. Oh! Yeah, back elbow there by Ricky. Looked pretty moody. Shot coming in there by Shiloh. Another big shot coming in. Boot there by Ricky. Duck underneath there by Shiloh. Gut wrench. He's got Ricky over on the ropes. Shiloh throwing in some big shots. Oh. Against the ropes. Bang. Knee coming in. Ricky goes down to the outsides. Shiloh goes underneath that bottom rope. Ricky down on the outside. Shiloh going over. Have we had Carmen? Has Carmen been in? I haven't seen Carmen. Normally in by now. Or have I just missed him? Just been so engrossed. Oh, Carmen, there we go. Days I might go to the American Legion Post 100 at Lake Station, Indiana to see ARW Pro this Saturday night. Carmen, hello. I missed you. Okay. We've got a fake dummy of Shiloh. Well, there we go. He hid a dummy under the ring to... Well, there we go. Headless. That person in the crowd just grabbed it and waved its arm. Shiloh's got him sat on the barricades. And it keeps waving. The dude in the crowd keeps making it wave. Just for a split second, I keep thinking, is there someone in there? But I think it's one of those sort of... I think it's one of those kind of dolls that you use for, like, working, like, you know, ground and pound work in MMA. Shots coming in by Ricky. The population is 30 people. With all the call-ups and new debuts, do we think it's possible for Zilla now? I think it's possible. Yeah, it's possible that Zilla comes into NXT. There's been no word that he's signed or anything. Notorious said, I can't believe Evil's in WWE. It's a cool image to see, but he was the main reason I stopped watching New Japan. Hopefully he does better in NXT. I just hope all the matches aren't interrupted every second. Interesting. Forearm shot coming in there by Ricky. Notorious, why did you stop watching them? Did you just not like his work? Did you find it dull, or what was the thought process? Shot coming in there by Shiloh. Little bit of miscommunication between the two. Ricky comes over, stomping down. Honestly, the quality of this has not been as good as the matches we've had before. Weird Flex said, was it because of the House of Torture stable? Or the cringe press conference that Evil did with Moxley, where Moxley dressed like a Columbine shooter? Zilla's in MLW. Is he in MLW now? That's good for him. That's good. Because that's the promotion that Jacob was with. Right now we got Ricky going over in the corner. Shoulder first. Shiloh goes into that corner. Ricky charging in. Oh! Basement drop kick. Okay, 1, 2. Kick out. I feel like Shiloh might have run a little bit out of steam here, or it could just be because we're at flipping commercial break. Normally when it feels like a match is dying, it's because we're at commercial break. Against the ropes, Shiloh grabs Ricky. Ricky into a DDT. We've got 8 minutes left. 1, 2, shoulder up. So, DDT there by Ricky. Let's go, Shiloh. Chance just breaking out now. We've got some dueling. Let's go, Shiloh. Let's go, Ricky. Boot coming in there by Ricky. He's going over against the ropes looking for a DDT. No joy. Comes in, gets picked up, driven down there by Shiloh. Shiloh trying to find a way back into it. I'm hoping for a really good kind of like final 5. Right now we got Shiloh trying to get back up. Sean said ChatGPT confirms there's more cows than people in Hammond, Indiana. Oh. Do we even know if Carmen Live is human? Bang. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Ricky should team up with Omos on SmackDown so that he can hide behind him and heal it up, said Dr. Luchalala. Headbutt coming in there by Shiloh. I think that looks rubbish, that move. Yeah, he gets caught there. It's like a standing senton thing, but with a twist in it. But it just looks rubbish. Even when he's landed it before, I'm not a fan of it. Right now, Ricky on the back. Seriously, this might be the worst match we've seen so far on this show. Ricky against the ropes. Again, can we just get like a really good final 5? 1, 2. Kick out by Shiloh. Okay. Shiloh on his knees. The crowd a bit quiet for this as well. I wonder why they made this the main event. I don't know. Unless it was like, this is Ricky's farewell and we're going to try and put Shiloh over big, but why didn't we do this match and then have Tony and then bring out Evil? Like, surely Evil coming in from New Japan, see, he's hit it that time and it still looks rubbish. Shoulder up by Ricky. Ricky is down. I don't know. Maybe it'll make more sense when the show's over and we'll know why this main event is. It's taking ages to get to the corner. Ricky knocks the referee over. Shiloh crashes onto that top turnbuckle. Ricky gets over. Looking for a superplex. He's got Shiloh up, looking for the superplex. Gets it. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Shiloh. He did actually. It was a bit like a jackhammer, actually. It's exactly what Vic Joseph just said. Right now, we've got Ricky dragging Shiloh to the corner. Ricky is climbing up. Slap there by Ricky. Well, we've had a big move, which has kind of woken the crowd up a little bit. That slap, though, to Shiloh might have been a mistake there by Ricky. Ricky comes crashing down on that top rope. Shiloh now shaking the ropes. Ricky bouncing up and down. Kick Ricky to the outsides. Do we think there's a surprise at the end of this match? I don't know. I don't know if they're just going to have Shiloh win and just make it a moment for him. Shiloh slammed down. Since that superplex, the match feels better. Crowd feel a bit more involved. But before that, the match was pretty poor, to be honest. Ricky with a chair. Referee grabbing the chair. Right hand there by Shiloh. Ricky goes into the chair. Could be the beginning of the end. 1, 2, 3. Shiloh gets it. Shiloh wins. I mean, there's a gentle applause. There's a lot of people just sort of sat there as well. I wonder if Ricky gets up, sort of waves goodbye or anything. I don't know. Is someone going to come out, or is it just a way of putting Shiloh over? Ricky losing is on his way out of NXT, said Angel. We'll just watch him. Oh, he's in the crowd celebrating with the fans. They're passing that doll up as well. Shiloh grabs the doll, puts the doll on his shoulders. Okay, but if the doll comes to life now and that turns out to be Takahashi, that would be amazing. Okay, here we're backstage. Tony going over to Sean. Okay. Okay. He just basically went to Sean and said, I love the chaos. And Sean's like, well, that's what you wanted. You're the NXT champ. And he went, let's effing go. And that was it. I didn't know that. I really felt like there was going to be an announcement there or something. I don't know, man. I think they got that wrong. I would have done that match with Shiloh. Then I would have gone to a break, come back, had Tony D'Angelo in the ring and talking about what's next. And then I would have had Evil come out and ended with Evil, who I think's a big sign-in. I think Evil's a really big sign-in. And then I would have had him come out and confront and kind of ended the show that way. But, you know, I think they really wanted to get Shiloh over. I think they really wanted to sort of present Shiloh as being this big deal, really. I mean, he's just beaten Ricky. Ricky now probably done with NXT. So, there we go. That was NXT. Whatever you felt about the show order, whatever you felt about that main event, I think we can all agree it was a really great episode. You can't be down on that episode. Really, really good. It felt very... I mean, could you imagine if someone came in now and was like, oh, it's late, I missed NXT, did I miss anything? You'd be like, I don't even know where to start with the amount of stuff you've missed. Unfortunately, it's not like that every week, but it is a very, very good show. If it's not part of your regular diet, I would recommend bringing it in. It is very, very good. King Yeti said, for some reason, I want to visit Indiana, and I really want to go to an ARW Pro event. We all do, King Yeti. We all do. I think it's because our favorites... computer software tells us on a weekly basis about the joys of ARW Pro, and we've all been brainwashed now. So I think we all want to check it out at least once in our lives. NXT was better than Raw and SmackDown. So much actual wrestling, said Mr. Tokens World. That's a really good point, actually. There was a lot of wrestling on this episode. Nick said it was awesome, but not so good main events. Sanan said, really happy Will Cruz has signed. I don't know him. I'll be the first to say I don't know him. I'm not very good with indie talent because they got on my radar as soon as they arrived. The only reason I know of Lizzy is because we knew she had signed, so people were sharing video clips. I've seen video clips of Nikki as well, Nikki Blackheart, so she's someone else I'm keeping an eye on, but... not even heard of this guy, this Will Cruz. So, not on my radar, but I'm sure there'll be clips all over social media now. It was good. Carmen said, Daze, I found out that Backbreaker Wrestling is having a show on May 23rd at the Glen Park Eagles Club in Gary, Indiana. And ARW Pro has got a show the same day. And the venue I will find out on Saturday. Well, Carmen, thank you. AB Jobson said this was special. This isn't a normal Tuesday, and that is true. Tonight had that rare everything is the Sabres somehow pull off a late one. Your whole night might jump to 9.5 clicking at once. I don't even understand any part of that, but hopefully someone did. So AB, thank you. Blake said not enough ads on NXT, too much wrestling. Yes, TKO dropping the ball. Lizzy Rain won MVP last year during the SummerSlam tryout, said Jay Rich. Oh. WrestleRant said, honestly, my match of the night might have been Nikita Lizzy. I thought Nikita looked great. Nick said, has Nikki Blackheart debuted yet? No, not yet. Keegan, there's a female wrestler I would love to date, and that is Paige, says Keegan. Right, get your final thoughts in. I feel like there is an unseen that's required because of just so much stuff that's kind of gone down since the unseen from a few hours ago. Yeah, it's been a very busy day today. Boom. I'll take Alexa Bliss. Guys, please, can we not try and take wrestlers? We're not calling dibs on wrestlers, right? We're not going to do that. I'm just trying to think, if we are doing that, who would I take? I'm not sure. Linda, I call dibs on Linda McMahon. Thank you. If we are doing that, you know. But we're not doing that because it's a sexist thing to do. Fim said, it was a great show. Wrestle Russ, shout out to you, my friends. I want to call dibs on masked men so that I can play musical chairs, said Dr. Luchalala. I'm going to take Alexa Bliss because she's better than Paige, said Ultimate Superfan of Alexa Bliss. Mr. B Light, shout out to you, Spawny Boys, taking Thea Hale. Guys, we're not playing this game. We're not playing this. Blake, you can't take EO Sky. Thank you. I'm going to take Kairi Sane. I'm going to take Kairi Sane. And then I'm going to start a rumor. I'm the reason why she left WWE. Yeah, I made her choose. It was either WWE or me, and she chose me. Yeah. Matteo said, Daze, with CW pay-per-view deal, does it mean all the pay-per-views will be on the same channel as the weekly shows? I don't think they've announced as to how that's going to work. So to answer your question, still not sure. There was a really flipping long spiel that I had about it. I was just looking, see here. There you go, mate. Read that. Read that. Tell me what it says. As the exclusive home of NXT, CW has 52 live weekly events on a Tuesday night. CW entered a 5-year deal in October 2024. CW, part of TK, has announced premium live events will air exclusively on the CW, beginning with, well, it looks like it's going to be on the channel, including Stand and Deliver. Network is now exclusive for all the NXT programming, which showcases the hottest up-and-coming superstars, also airing weekly live NXT installments on a Tuesday. As energized Tuesday nights, it's going to deliver the passionate fan base. We're bringing the events to our schedule. It's a natural fit, providing one broadcast destination. Yeah, so it looks like it's just on CW. There's no app that you've got to download or crazy extra subscription fee. Looks like it's probably just going to be on the channel. We're excited to bring NXT Premium Live events to a broadcast television for the first time. There you go. There you go. So yes, all you CW heads, you're going to be eating goods. How do you pay for the channel for the events? Well, you just have to have CW. Isn't that just on normal TV? I think it's like one of the channels everyone gets, isn't it? In America, CW network. Matteo said that's massive news for anyone with CW. Brony said the channel's just free. Well, do you know what? Some good news for our American friends. God knows you lot have to already subscribe to enough. So, good news. Okay, Ricky Saints Shiloh was goods 91. Good 91. Okay. Well, there we go, my friends. We are done. It's been emotional. It's been good, actually. I really enjoyed this week, and I hope that you lot did as well. I mean, fantastic. Looking forward to seeing how some of this new talent develops. Obviously, next week we'll find out what's next for Evil. Maybe hear from Evil, I'm not sure. Maybe get a video package or something. See what's next for Lizzy Rain. Obviously, we got Tristan Angels in. We got that Will from Progress, Will Cruz. See what's next for him. Cam Hendricks looks like he's arrived. Yeah, good. NXT is in a very interesting place. and can't wait to see what's next. So thanks for joining. Appreciate it. I'm going to go and do a quick little bonus unseen, and I will see you again next time.